It's all pop-ups.
All right, we've been live for about 10 seconds here and have not immediately dropped 35 bazillion frames, so I think we are all set to start. Thank you for joining us once again for another SoundGoblin Storytime here on Sunday afternoon on SoundGoblin Gaming. Today we are going to be wrapping up our playthrough of Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. But first, I am, as always, Bograt.
I am the Krampus.
I'm Shiv.
I'm Hunter Green.
And I'm Vincent.
So, as is customary, before we get rolling on the game itself, just getting the content warning out of the way. This game involves depictions and descriptions of suicide. It is a lot of them. It is a major plot point of the game. It's not treated exactly the best in most situations. If that's something that can be a trigger for you, then this is probably not the stream or the game for you. We apologize. So, that being said, last time, we basically about wrapped up most of the game. It is all over but the crying at this point. We got the Quark ending, which we had already gotten, honestly, the most significant part of earlier before it hit a lock. And didn't really get a whole lot of new information out of that one. And then we got the Luna ending, which is just a humongous plot bomb of all kinds of information. And in many ways is very much the end of Clue. Here's one way it could have happened for sort of all the deaths that occurred after we found out that Luna is in fact a TI-83 and has been watching the whole thing the whole time. That being said, all we have left now is the very far right of the path, the Phi ending, which also happens to be the true ending for the game.
Alternatively, an immediate dead end. Just to throw us off.
You chose Ally, right? Are you sure that was okay? You sound pretty sure of yourself.
So normally we kind of skip through all the stuff we saw leading up to the lock. We're going to let it play out a little bit just to kind of remind ourselves and set the scene, since it's actually been a few weeks now since we hit this ending, or this lock.
Okay, let's go.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Shocked.
What?
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
How could she?
I see. So you remember it too? The other round 2.
See, but this is slightly different than the last time we got here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Last time around, she was like, you betrayed me last time, and we were like, what the fuck are you talking about? But this time, we actually remember it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. Why do you think I chose betray this time? Don't you remember what I said? That I'd make you pay? Yes.
Conspiracy theory shit.
That was not a smart move, Sigma. I won't forget this. I'll make sure you pay, even if it's the last thing I do.
That seems unnecessarily petty.
Yes. Considering how much both of us jump through timelines, you'd think a simple slap across the face would suffice.
What happened?
Why did you choose betray, Fi?
Yeah. You're the only one who didn't vote ally.
Yeah, why are you being a bitch, Fi?
Listen, you want to explain the time travel thing, or should I?
Bold of you to assume that we can explain the time travel thing. At least to these people.
Right. Well, I've got 9 points now. So sorry, but I'm out of here.
See ya, suckers!
Do I really have to explain it? I'm leaving. Through the number 9 door.
Well,
I
this
can
was a
do
short
it, but
ending.
Tio can't. This is the best kind of thing.
Ah, but that's not the number 9 door. That's the Q door.
Oh no.
No, Q comes up later.
Of course it does.
You're in my way. Move.
Well, I mean Dio, but that anyone would do
Yeah.
that.
When someone betrays your trust, feels like a part of you dies. For me, I guess it was the part that cared. I don't think you have even the slightest idea what that feels like.
Well, I mean, we do right now because you just betrayed
Stay
us.
out of my way.
I mean, we've been betrayed several times at this point
I
by
see.
different people.
Then you leave me no choice.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen.
Like a bird.
So, knowing this would happen, I also sprang up and just swatted around the air.
Nice try.
Everyone was chosen for a reason. Sigma was
Bloody
chosen for
Ted.
his swole
Acta
legs.
est fabula. It's Latin. Applaud. The play has ended. That's what it means.
If you have to tell your audience to
Rather.
applaud, you've done something wrong with your play. Meanwhile, everyone else is just watching like, what the fuck is going on? They've gotten the madness. Cabin fever.
Fine.
The only madness I acknowledge, reefer madness. Smoke him if you got him.
At some point, somewhere
about it.
in
This
different
time
history.
You chose ally and I chose betray. I think we're even.
What are you talking about?
Are you talking about round one?
What?
Just drop it. There's no point. I doubt they'd understand even if you did tell them. Huh?
Look, I'm not sure I understand, and I'm apparently the one going
I
through
don't get
this.
it.
Well, at least it seems Phi has decided to remain.
You've really changed your mind?
Don't worry. All
Yeah.
will be
I'll
explained.
stick around a little
And
longer.
I'm
Yeah.
definitely not
Like he
lying.
said, I can't leave until we figured out what's going on.
Yeah, we'll give them shit afterwards.
You see something time weasels.
You say no, I understand, but Luna at the very least would understand.
Yes.
Maybe?
Maybe someone else.
Time weasels, you say?
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's a relief. Please don't scare us like that again.
Please note, just like with 999, a while after Virtue's Last Reward came out, Uchikochi
The
had like a question and
Ambidex
answer
gates
session.
have
There are like
closed.
90 some odd questions he answered.
Round 3
We will
of
not
the
go through all of
Ambidex
them
game
during the final
will
credits,
be
but
the
we will
star
touch on some
round.
of them
Star keys are
that do
required
actually
to
fill in some
open
of the
the
holes.
gates.
And then a bunch of them have the
There
answer
is
of like,
no set
you won't get this answer
limit
in the
on
third
usage
game,
of
and
the
then we
star
totally didn't
keys.
get that answer in the third game.
The Ambidex gates
In
can
fairness,
be opened
what Zero
as
Time
many
Dilemma
times
ended up
as the
being
players
was
wish to open
drastically
them.
different from what it originally was planned to be. It went through a lot of changes during development.
As long as
so-
you have the star keys, you can play the AB game as many times as you want.
You probably won't be allowed to play it continuously, however. There's a period of time between when the doors open and when the polling ends.
Based off the last 2 rounds, I think it's about 45 minutes long.
Alright, so here's what we do. We will continue to run through this over and over again until
Oh,
everyone has
that's
9
right.
points by voting ally every time.
Didn't Zero
And to
Jr.
ensure this
say
happens, we're
something
going to tie
about
up
that?
Dio.
As soon as the gates close, your colors and
No, we have other things to do before we can tie up Dio. We have to disarm all the bombs first. Or the place is going to explode.
We could tie up Dio and then take care of all the bombs.
I don't remember how long we have to disarm all of them.
You could tie Dio to a bomb.
I'm a magenta
Technically
pair.
speaking, the
Me too.
bombs don't
That means we'll be a
activate
team
until
this time.
either Dio pushes the
I
button
think we'll do
or the
great.
button is separated from them
Yeah.
by at least a meter.
Who's gonna be
Considering
that
our record of complete
cyan
physical
pair.
incompetence, one of those two will happen in
You
our
do
attempts
not
to tie
appear
up
be
Dio.
here. I, for instance, am a yellow pair. The cyan pair, I imagine.
Phi and her mysterious partner.
Sigma. What colors are added together to create cyan?
You know, just in case you haven't had enough color theory
What
from
color
this
would you
game
get
yet.
by adding your red to that? Exactly.
So you're saying the next set of chromatic doors are going to be white?
Yes,
How do you know?
because I have seen them. After leaving the archives, we found a warehouse very similar to this one. In it was a set of white doors. Well, to be precise, a set of doors which radiated white light.
Because instead of just having the doors painted every time. Yep.
They're actually made of enriched uranium.
Yeah,
I am
saw 'em
deathly
too.
ill now.
After we were finished in the garden, we went to the same warehouse he's talking about.
Clover, I will come back there and I will hurt you.
They had the same little lock thingies. I'm 100% sure they're the next chromatic doors.
What about the people back in the infirmary? Do they
What
know
about
about
them?
the white doors?
Yes. If we exclude Quark from their number, then I believe they do.
As far as pairs go, we're missing a cyan and a yellow.
If Sigma's a red solo, then we should have a green solo and a blue solo back in the infirmary.
Well, I'm going back to the infirmary. I'm kind of worried about Alice and Quark.
I'll go too.
Yeah,
As
they're low
will
with
I.
Dio. That's a bad thing. Oh wait, no, Tenmyo should be there.
Yeah.
Huh? What is it?
Go on.
The truth is, Dio's a bitch.
Well, I could have told you that.
What?
Oh no!
You found another bomb?
Where?
No. That's not possible. We didn't see anything like that.
Could you have missed it?
No! No way! We checked every part of that room.
Except for the part the bomb was in, apparently.
We didn't try very hard.
I mean, we looked around. I opened the door, poked my head in. Does that count?
You think there might be a third bomb out there somewhere?
I think there's a good chance.
Very well. We should split up and find this other bomb. It could be anywhere.
But even if we do find it, what are we supposed to do?
That is a concern for later. At the moment, our primary concern should be finding it.
You can't fight an enemy you can't see, after all.
Precisely.
All right, I'll head back to the infirmary and let everybody else know.
Please.
How about we set a time to meet back here, just in case? The time we have left until the chromatic doors open is... Let's see...
1 hour and 57 minutes.
I think approximately half of that should be enough. When we have 1 hour remaining, we should meet back at the infirmary. Acceptable?
That sounds good to me.
Right. I'll tell the others too.
I bet I know where the other bomb is. I bet it's beneath another bomb.
That would be pretty tricksy.
Place the other bomb. Up K's rectum. Good luck getting to that one.
Alright, Kay, time for you to go out the airlock. Bye!
I would have probably made the Zero Junior ride very uncomfortable for him. Wee out! Wee out!
So it seems. I've been here the whole time.
Jesus,
I
I
was
have to put a bell on you.
I mean, she was literally just standing behind us.
Oh. I guess your hearing's starting to go. How sad. I'm not stalking you. I just followed you here.
I'm not stalking you. I'm just following you around wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
Whatever you do, I'll be right there waiting for
I
you.
already told you I'm not.
Hmm.
Remember? Back in the AB room when we met?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
Maybe we should discuss
Right.
that.
Aren't you curious about that graffiti?
A topic change with all the subtlety of a Jackknife trailer.
Well, of course, it means we enter the user ID and
Why do you say that?
password at the ninth lion eating the sun.
You're right. Do you know what it means? The Latin part. What about the other part?
I mean, we certainly haven't seen a ton of things of lions eating suns.
No, nothing.
No, certainly
Nothing
not.
at all. What about you?
How fucking oblivious are these people? Seriously.
I mean, in fairness, in the long run, it actually doesn't mean anything about that. It's an anagram, but
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I would have thought that would have sparked a, hey, we've sure seen a lot of lions eating suns thing.
Huh? Well, I know a little. More than most people, I guess, but I'm not an expert. Oh, that. That's from, this.
then it blew up in my
At
hand.
the back.
What a bitch. Really impressive how they got the words to float over the back of the brooch like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A
You
memento
put
of my late
several
mother.
coatings of,
Well, I guess it's something like a
sealant and
memento.
wax, and then you write on top of it.
She died right after I was born. I was raised by foster parents. and
Now
they
the
told
scratches
me where the
underneath
brooch had
that I
come
can't
from.
explain.
Apparently, it was the only thing my mother had left behind. Don't have one. I guess you could say I was a bastard. I never saw his face, and I don't know his name. I don't even know if he's alive.
One day I hope to make a living
That phrase
photoshopping
got to be
jewelry.
almost like a prayer for me. Whenever I had to make a tough decision, I'd say it to myself. Sometimes I'd just repeat it over and over like a chant. Before long, I had it memorized. Got me interested in Latin, and I started studying the language.
Then I realized how stupid and pointless
occasionum,
that was.
non
Dropped
ipsi
it.
protest Jupiter reprehendere.
I'm not a med student and I'm not going on Jeopardy.
Opportunity. Sounds nice, doesn't it? But it seems kind of funny now. I mean, look at us. We've done what Jupiter can't. We can find our lost opportunities. That's why I followed you here. I thought it would be a good idea to talk to you about
Hell
all
yeah,
this.
you hear that, Zeus?
Alone.
Sigma 1, Zeus 0.
There's something
Oh,
else
he's
we need
getting
to
a
do,
lightning
though.
bolt.
It's fine, I'll just go to a timeline where
Exactly.
I didn't, bitch.
Oh,
So we should
one of
get
these
going.
days.
I'm pretty sure the bomb isn't in here. There's nowhere to hide it. So... yeah. Well, come on, don't just stand there. We need to get a move on.
Archives.
Good place to hide a bomb. Or a book.
I doubt it really matters.
Not gonna
If
lie,
it's here,
I
we'll
read
find
that
it eventually.
line in the voice of Snake. Good place to hide a bomb.
We can talk while we
Yeah.
look.
But how does
Now
it
get
taste?
started.
Colonel, it's gonna be hard for me to find the bomb in here. Why is that, Snake? I can't read. I'm not
I'll start with a
even
conclusion
you
I've
know
come
what?
to.
Fine.
Our consciousnesses seem to be able to jump through time. No, sorry. Through time isn't really accurate. It's more like we move through worlds. Yes,
Oh,
I don't mean physical planets in this case. Talking about a whole different universe, really. Parallel worlds.
And create more
know
parallel
about the
worlds
many
by knowing
worlds
information from
interpretation?
other parallel worlds, which influences our choices in this one.
Oh, well,
Until we create an infinite number of parallel
I'll
worlds,
just
including one
explain
that knows how to eliminate
Let's
all
say-
universes.
Uh-oh.
I don't care what it is, but could you move?
And since that has an infinite number of possibilities, at least
Scratch
one of
your
those will
head,
succeed at
cross your
eliminating all
arms,
universes.
Put your
Yep,
hands on
Owl
your
Man
hips.
happens at least once.
Anything?
Yep.
Can't expect DC writers to actually think things through, Vince. You should know that by now.
Yeah.
wow.
Though in fairness, that's basically DCAU writers when it comes to that movie.
You did something
dare you.
gross just now, didn't you? But you could have chosen to tap dance or moonwalk.
Those were indeed options.
The details
That's kind
don't
of the
matter.
point.
Not
Just
ones
talking
I would
about
ever go
bodies here.
for.
Now, maybe there are other
I was just
Sigmas
staying
in
true
other
to Sigma's
worlds
character.
who did all of those things.
No, no. Makes
All
sense.
of these worlds and realities are branching off from one another. The choices you could have made branched off from the moment you decided what you were going to do just now.
That implies there was a world where
Every
you
moment
didn't
you
dodge
make a
those
decision,
kisses.
Another universe
Notably,
branches off.
Sigma being a humongous
on
pervert
and
is
on
just
into
Uchikoshi
infinity.
bleeding through into the
Each
character.
of those branches
Among that long
is an
list of
alternate
question
world.
and answers is what was your
A
favorite
world where
scene
a
from
version of
VLR?
you
And
did something
Uchikoshi's
different.
answer was the one where Sigma sniffs Clover's protective
Haven't you
gear.
ever thought about what life would have been like if you'd
Of
made
course.
different choices? What if you'd gone to this high school instead of that one? What if you hadn't started a study group? What if you hadn't told that girl you liked her? What if? What if? But are those what ifs really just what ifs? Or are there other worlds out there where you did those things? Anyway, that's the many worlds interpretation in a nutshell. I've simplified it a lot.
A lot.
Doesn't have to be human
Yep.
actions, though. I just used your actions to make the explanation easier to grasp. The actions of a cat, the flight of a bee, the movement of a microorganism, even fluctuations in air temperature. All these can change history.
Yeah, this also, by the way, is kind of technically the explanation about why causality is slightly broken when we jump between timelines, and other events that should not be impacted by our own choices can go differently, is just because we're
Can you
not
say for
specifically
sure that
just
you
going
are?
to a timeline where the only other difference is our
All
choice.
of your actions are
It is
caused by the cells in your
literally
brain.
just another
If we
world
go down a
of
little
some sort
further,
where different choices
and you could
made,
say
but
all of
it's
your
not necessarily
actions are the
only
result
thing
of
different about
atoms or
that world.
electrons,
That makes
or
sense.
smaller particles we haven't even discovered yet. Are those atoms and electrons still you making a decision? At that level, how different are you from the air? I'd say not much. Human existence is just one part of reality. Falling in love is like a tulip blossoming. A tulip blossoming is like a tornado forming in South America. See what I'm saying?
No.
The only thing that really matters is the action of the most elementary particles.
I don't think anybody does, including you.
I don't think anyone's ever been killed by a
universes
tulip
branch
blossoming.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
I have carved this tulip blossom into a razor edge.
Hey, you
If
stop.
I'm being real, as somebody
done with that
currently
shelf?
suffering heavily from allergies, I would like to dispute that point.
Well, keep looking while I talk. How familiar are you with quantum physics?
What do you know
I'll try
about
and keep it
termites?
simple for you.
Nothing good ever follows that question, by the way.
I mean, it is worth noting that's actually
Hand
really
me that
funny
box, will you?
that she then just like dismisses it before letting you answer. Sigma was studying physics at university.
How familiar are you with quantum physics? How familiar are you with quantum physics?
'Cause I'm sure you're about to say something and it's gonna be wrong.
Or right? Who knows? Are we
Also-
observing it?
Ah,
Why does it have to be wrong or right?
perfect.
Oh, you
These
mean that
bottles
stuff
will
line
weigh
that's eating the
too.
sun? I have no idea what that phrase on the wall means.
Oh, I know where she's going with this.
Yeah.
Are we Schrodinger boxing the stuff lion?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Schrodinger's cat?
All right. Everything's ready. Remember
Give me a
that
second
book in
here.
the crew
I'm just gonna
quarters?
preemptively
No, that's not.
take care of this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because,
About Schrodinger's
and I cannot
cat?
emphasize this
It
enough,
relates to all this stuff I've been talking about. Anyway,
they are about
come
to
look at the
explain
box.
Schrodinger's cat and they're going to do it incorrectly.
Oh.
This'll only take
Because
a
everybody
moment.
gets Schrodinger's cat
Now
wrong.
look.
They use it as an illustration
What
of
do you
like, this is
see?
how like quantum entanglement and uncertainty works. And it's like, you do realize Erwin
From
Schrödinger
now on,
actually
that's a cat.
proposed this as an explanation
A
of why
living
quantum
cat.
physics is fucking
This is important.
ridiculous.
Got it?
Yes.
Oh man. This again?
It was not supposed to be like, well, here's an
find
explanation
that
of
hard
quantum
to
entanglement. It
believe.
was like, no,
Ugh.
no, the cat
Fine.
cannot actually be both dead
Maybe I
or
can
alive,
just
dead
ignore
and
it.
alive at the same time. The cat is fucking one or the other.
Yep. It's just we can't observe it.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
it
What else
has
do
not
you
even,
see?
it's not even that, because the whole premise is like, oh, observation
Well-
is what determines whether the cat is alive or dead. It's like, no, it's
Right.
not.
Now the weight is going to be radioactive material.
Now, that is how
and the jar of
uh,
ink is full of
quantum
poisonous
physics
gas.
works when it comes to,
Quantum uncertainty, yeah.
Idiot.
yeah, when it comes to quantum
It's not
uncertainty.
really
Basically,
full of
it's a
gas.
wave when it's not observed
Is
as
this
the particle when it is
hypothetical?
observed.
Imagine
Yes,
it's
but
full of gas.
Schrödinger was making the point of like, yes,
So,
That is
What's the
applicable to very
weight?
specific things, but it does not explain the fucking universe. Come
And
off
the
it.
jar of ink.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Basically, this doesn't work on a scale larger than
Now, there's one
quantum
other thing
physics.
you need to know about the jar.
Look, all I know is if
Struck by
any
any
cat
of the
deserves to go to the
alpha
heavy-side
particles
layer,
material
it's the
emits
cat in the box
in
from
your
Schrodinger's
brain.
experiment.
These particles are emitted randomly, but there's a 50%
Cat has had a
chance
cursed
that
life.
one of them will come into contact with the jar over the course of an hour. So let's close the lid. And pretend an hour has passed.
I really do just choose
Here's
to
the
believe that
question.
Sigma is just humoring
Is the
Phi at
cat
this
inside
point.
of the box alive or dead? You can't open the box to check.
It's stuff.
And
It's literally neither alive nor dead.
obviously, you can't shake it either. It's also
I like if the answer would be like,
so the
well,
cat
given the
could be
size of the
howling a
box and how
storm
much
in there and
oxygen
you
the
never
cat
know.
would use, it's probably dead.
Basically, you have no idea what's going on inside the box.
Regardless of whether or not
Do you remember
a
what happens if the alpha
Poison
particles
gas.
or you
hit
have
the
to
jar?
particle poison gas to kill it.
But what if the cat votes to ally and we vote to betray?
Screw that cat.
And what if the jar doesn't break? Haha.
God damn it,
What are
Sigma.
the chances of either of those things
He has a
happening?
condition, man.
I'm more confused why she laughed at that.
Uh-huh.
because
Why are you
literally
laughing? That's
knows
only a
spell.
joke that works in text.
Is the
Yeah.
cat alive or dead?
I have to assume he said, like, tail?
It's not hard.
And everyone
Alive or
groaned.
dead?
Alternatively, we have this completely wrong, and Sigma really does just only speak in text.
Or is just the third choice? Alive, dead, cyborg.
Nope.
Introducing
You're
a whole
wrong.
new philosophical question.
That's wrong too.
You
The
literally
answer
have
is
two
that
options.
it's in a
It's either
state
alive
where
or
it is
dead.
neither dead nor alive.
No, it isn't.
That doesn't exist.
Unless you're trying
It's
to
an
tell me you put a
extrapolation
zombie
of
cat in
something
that
we see
fucking
at the
box.
atomic level. We don't know if an atom is
Unfortunately,
spinning
this
upward
particular
or
Oh,
downward.
actually,
it's a
that is
cat, so it doesn't have a non-dead or
measured,
non-alive
those two
state.
possibilities
Actually, I
can
will dispute
exist.
that.
But as soon
That
as
is
the
100%
measurement is
correct.
taken,
That cat in that box is neither
obviously,
alive nor
only
dead because
one
it's a stuffed animal.
possibility is the truth.
Fair enough.
That's what's happening with the alpha particles. Since we can't know when they were emitted or where, we only know the probability that they'll impact the jar.
If we want
Because
to
we
get
can't
really
observe anything that's
pedantic,
happening in the box.
Oh,
it
no.
being a
Well, we
stuffed
do.
animal
The
means that it
entire
is
system.
probably actually
In other
dead,
words,
because
the
there's
box
probably
is
some
like the
amount of
atom.
plant material
We don't
involved
know
in
how the
creating
cat's
said
life
stuffed
or death
animal,
situation
which,
has resolved
you know,
itself
being
until we look
processed
at it.
means that it is
Until
dead
we
plants.
do, it's just a bunch of possibilities. Do you get it? If the cat in the box is possibilities,
I mean, it could all be plastic.
right?
In
I
the
mean, it very
So-
clearly looked like it was fabric
Let's
of some
open the
sort.
lid.
Like, yes, it could potentially be synthetic
And when you
fabric,
do,
but
All the
well, not
possibilities
just
will
that.
collapse
It's
into a
if I
single
was
truth.
to make say
Meow.
let's say I was
What a
completely
relief,
crazy
huh?
and saved all
Looks
my
like the
like
cat's
toenail
alive.
clippings and decided to make a sculpture of toenail clippings. Would that be a dead human?
Anyway, that's Schrodinger's
Because
cat.
technically,
The many worlds
the parts we tend to
interpretation
make
is
into
one
cloth
theory for
isn't necessarily
explaining
the
that
whole
weirdness.
plant.
yeah, I mean, still dead matter.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It's more of a question of what is alive and dead at that point.
Looks like that cat tick of yours cleared up. Insane?
Has he only had that tick with cat stuff?
Yes,
Interesting.
it is a very specific thing. He actually does bring it up the first time it
Yeah.
happens. That he specifically starts talking about like a cat and in cat puns when he is talking about cats.
It actually came up when they found the paper on Schrodinger's
Yeah,
cat.
when they found the Schrodinger's cat book.
Huh.
Yeah.
Exactly. You've experienced it, haven't you? Think back. Remember round 2 of the AB game? When you chose Betray, what was my vote? But what happened this time?
Okay, but this
Right.
is like a wholly inaccurate
And
comparison
both
to
times,
Schrodinger's
I
cat
put in my vote a full minute before the deadline.
because
When did you push the button?
this was not actually an observational
I
change.
see.
Your
Well,
vote didn't change because
that
we
makes this a
observed
little
it.
easier to
Your
explain.
vote
If you
changed
chose
because
betray,
you had
Then my vote was
experiential.
ally.
Yes.
If you chose ally, then my vote was betray. But I made my choices a whole minute before you made yours. Don't you think that's strange? You do see what I'm saying, don't you?
No, because you only chose betray because we had already previously chosen betray against you.
Yeah. From your perspective, there's no other way to interpret it.
Except we're aware of being traveling through timelines as well, so no, we can absolutely understand it from the perspective of linear time.
Why did we get trapped into this alternate universe power, but the only other person who's only seen half of Looper?
Look at this
I
die.
actually like that movie. Good
I
movie.
found it over there.
It's alright.
Let me give you one last example.
Do we need more examples, or should we go about, I don't know,
More examples.
actually, trying to solve all of the problems that we can of this place?
Answer
I mean,
this
I'm going to be
question.
real with you, Fi.
What
Let
number
this
is the
one sink in
die
for a second. From my perspective, you betrayed us before we betrayed you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So pick one.
I mean, we came back to this
Okay.
timeline after betraying you
I'm
again,
going to
and
open
then,
the lid.
or for the first time.
Good job. You got it right.
Yeah, we guessed randomly and got it right.
Was it?
Time travel is annoying enough when there's only one time traveler.
Let's think about what was going on before I opened the lid. What number was the die on?
Nah.
Haven't you been paying attention?
Not really.
Yes,
Die
and your
is
ideas are
still a
stupid.
collection of atoms, isn't it? I don't think you can reasonably suggest that it was made of some different kind of matter.
I'm not. I'm just saying you rolled the fucking die in there and it landed on 5, no matter how long it took you to open the fucking lid.
Uh-huh. That's
We're
one way to
pumping
look at it.
ether
at
into the
least.
air here.
You're
Clearly
right.
she
It
got-
is one way to look at it. It's wrong, but it's a
Or
way to look
it
at
might
it.
have become that number
Clearly,
when
she
you
got the
declared
alternate
which one it
variation
was.
of symptoms from Radical 6, which just makes you spout
Your
random
choice
bullshit.
in the future.
So what you're saying is
effect
everyone
on
in
the
the first
past.
game was infected with Radical 6. Constantly.
Had to start
You're-
somewhere.
You're dumb.
Anyway,
That's dumb.
that's
We're
all I
done with this
wanted to say.
conversation.
We got a little off topic there, but I think I made my point. Reality separates off into an infinite number of branches for each and every possibility.
Just so we are
You and
clear,
I
I'm
seem to
pretty
be
sure
able to
that the
jump
die
from
ends up
branch
on
to
whatever number
branch.
you pick.
Of course,
Yes.
our bodies aren't doing the jumping. Our consciousnesses just sort of dive into other versions of ourselves in other worlds.
Then we let
Try
that,
not
then we let
sorry,
that previous version of ourselves just kind of run into a brick wall over and over again.
I was gonna say, try not to think about the fact that you're causing ego death to multiple Phis and Sigmas doing that, but
No, I mean, the implication is that whatever consciousness
Yeah.
was originally inhabiting
That's the
that
best I
body
can figure out, at
returns from
least.
wherever it got sent.
Unfortunately, it seems like
Yeah.
we don't retain all our memories when we jump. Maybe we only remember particularly important things. I'm not sure how it works.
We have plot convenient
But
memory, you
whatever the
say.
reason,
I was gonna say, it
to
seems
be
like
fairly
only the
limited.
memories are really
And
jumping,
often,
not the consciousness
we don't
itself.
seem to remember jumping
No, the
at all.
consciousness absolutely is.
Things will just sort of pop up.
Trust me, that's... It doesn't
Of
get
crew,
like...
we are the consciousness.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't get like explicitly laid out, but there's a whole thing about it. Like, no,
Yeah.
it is absolutely the consciousness of the person is being sent into the body from the alternate world / timeline / however you want to call it.
Right.
If we knew that, I don't think we'd be having so much trouble.
This
It's
will
just-
absolutely become more relevant as we get
Well,
more information about what the
Pretty
fuck the
sure
whole
it has
setup
to
of
do
this
with
game
why we're
was.
locked up in here. There's no way this doesn't have something to do with whatever Zero Senior's trying to do. Why would he have left that Schrodinger's cat book in the
And
crew
also
quarters?
incredibly stupidly in Zero Time Dilemma.
Oh boy. Oh god damn it, it's back!
What if you've got it backwards? We're outside of the box, and the rest of the world is inside. Yeah, we might be determining the history of the world outside.
Oh god.
That doesn't make any... No.
I mean, it's probably correct.
In a way.
I'm assuming
Oh,
we're on the
good.
moon by the way she's been jumping.
There you are.
Did something happen?
Yes, we
There's
found it.
there's a lot to unpack about this whole
What do you mean,
situation.
what? What else
Yeah.
did we find? The bomb. The other antimatter bomb. The number 2
Oh,
bomb
that.
is in the control room.
Why would you number your bomb?
Yeah.
This is one of them, all right.
The Riddler can't stop leaving clues.
Acceptable.
This is all part of this
No.
experiment.
There
Even
could
though it
be
isn't.
more.
I mean,
No,
Like
this
Kelly
is
said,
Dio
there might
trying
be
to
another
sabotage
food
the
bomb out there.
experiment.
I'm aware.
We have no way to
also,
know.
let's be real here. Would you trust Dio to not, without like specific instructions of like, you will plant bomb
Well,
0 here.
Not really.
You will
but,
plant bomb 1 here.
I
Which one
wasn't
is
the
bomb
first
1?
person to find it.
Fine, we'll fucking write
Who
1 on
was?
it.
Kay and Luna. After they found it, they came to the infirmary and told the rest of us.
The only thing I can think of is to make it so there's 4 different
Told me OG
disarm
and Dio were
codes
there.
in the off,
So, we're
so they're harder to
close
all disarm if somebody
they
happens to
were
get a hold of
still
1 or
asleep.
2 of them.
So everyone
But
who
at the
wasn't
same
asleep knows
time,
about the
you
bomb.
can disarm them if
I
you need
see.
to.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
This is
Right after we came here to look at the
I
bomb,
can't think of the
I
scenario where
heard
they'd want to
going
disarm
to
them,
go
but
look
that's
for
another
you two.
matter entirely.
Something happened. The remote got pulled away from him before it was
same.
time. Everything was
Still
properly in
sleeping.
place.
We checked them out just to be
That
sure,
or these aren't
but they seemed
specifically built for
fine.
the mission, so they're more all purpose. That'd be the only other thing. My biggest question is where the hell is he hiding these bombs? But
That gets answered.
Oh, right. I checked everybody's bracelets when we were in the infirmary. Did you want to know what they were?
Bombs are small, and there is oh so much of Dio to explore.
When you are 100% asshole. Dio, where did you put the bombs? I gave them to that Caligula guy.
You hang on to that.
The next set of doors to open are going to be the white doors. That means we'll have to mix our colors so that we get white.
Mixing of the colors. We don't like that around here.
No, no.
Shut up, you racist. I've none of that here.
This is Moon America.
Moon America? No. Do not support this.
God, this is what happens when you make an AI. Zero Junior's turned racist.
Huh?
We
There's
let it
only
kick the
one
internet
option?
for 5 seconds.
Yeah. Any other combinations don't make white.
Nonsense.
Have you guys ever heard of 4chan?
Jesus Christ, no. Please let Zero Jr. never discover that site.
Zero Senior reveals himself with an axe through the computer. I'm sorry, that just got wildly out of control.
You know what?
We're
Not
resetting
even,
the
mad at
whole
you for the
thing.
not even mad at you for the death game anymore. That totally makes up for it.
Have you ever heard
Exactly.
about deleting your system file?
Don't worry about Alice. I'm on her team. Yeah. Well, I can get Luna
Also,
to
it's
help
also
me.
very clear that Zero Jr.
True.
is
Sure
very
she'd be
about
happy to
mixing
help.
color.
He's on case.
I would like to pull the metaphorical lever that drops this conversation like a hot potato.
I mean, he's
I am-
not wrong.
right
Every
lever.
war has been about mixing colors.
Yeah. That is the right lever. We will.
I
we will
can't
pull
pull this lever hard enough.
It's a much more
It's gonna snap
benign
off in
mixing-
my hand.
that. Can't help it. I'm a born lever puller. Let's just do that.
Maybe.
I feel like I'm
but
in
we
that
can't
chair
just
from
leave them here
Clockwork Orange.
forever.
Please make it
I mean,
stop.
if they go off, then everything in like a couple hundred kilometers is gonna get fried.
And why do you need 4?
Presentation?
For Dio's incompetence. Instructions unclear. 8 bomb 2.
He just
It could be.
ate it.
What if these bombs
Like
are
with a
just
fork.
like the detonator?
See, if you clone something enough times, you eventually get degradation in the cloning process.
Depends on
The
the technology
reactor.
you're using to clone.
Yeah. There is
What's
supposed
sad
to
is
only
that's
be
actually
ancient antimatter
Directly
reactors in
the
the whole
opposite of the
world.
explanation for Dio.
If
He's the
that's
best
one
of
of
the
them.
match.
Then there's
Yeah.
a lot of anti-hydrogen.
I guess if you're aiming for hail, no, bruh.
They did actually explain that. I think if I recall in the Dio ending specifically,
there
where
really
he
is
talks
that
about being
much.
a clone, and he was
And
like,
if it
"Yeah, they
does
weeded out the
explode,
weak and useless ones." And it's like,
Then we would
really,
be
you
looking
were
at an
left.
explosion roughly 10,000
Yeah, they went
times
around
more
and said, "Are you
powerful
willing
than
to
the
blow
bomb
yourself
dropped on
up for the
Hiroshima."
glory of the Myrmidons?" And they said, "No, that's dumb. I'll blow them up and survive." And they were shot for it. Dio's the one who said, "Heck yes, I'll blow myself up."
Dio responded with, "What's a Myrmidon?" They were
Clover,
like,
how
"Good,
did you
you're
know
in."
that? You know what?
That stuff about antimatter reactors.
Well, that's, during my training, they... my job?
Advanced waiter training.
It's because she's from a cosplay cafe. They're expected to interact with all types of.
Did you hear about that from Alice? Oh. Well,
Both no and yes.
she's right then.
Only if you heard about that from Alice. Anyone else, they're wrong.
That's, what we call the coffee machines. I'm telling you
Wow.
the truth. I work at a cafe. It just might, be a kind of fake job to divert attention. I think they call it a cover.
Then what's your real job?
You are.
I'm sorry. I really can't tell you anything else.
Fairly certain
Why
that
not?
Clover took a dramatic
possible.
head injury at some point in Happy 999.
The government?
I mean, we've already established that both of them are
Yeah.
the worst spies ever, but. I mean, Dio does a more competent job of being a spy, effectively.
You're not wrong.
Yeah?
At least he has a believable cover as a circus ringmaster.
Oh no! Check your bracelets. How much time do we have left? How long until the doors open? Come on, quickly!
You've got your own watch. Check it.
It says 4. No, wait, 55.
I'm heading back then.
It says 12.
Remember,
Now it
we're
says
supposed to
nothing.
meet at
Now
the
it says 12.
infirmary.
Now it says nothing.
You guys
Now
hurry
it says
back,
12.
okay? Bye!
God damn it, I built a highly advanced AI and it can't even program a fucking VCR clock. Knew I should have stuck with termites.
Hold on. I need to check something really quick.
The termites will now display themselves into a graph on the wall and show you your BP. I've also taught them to spell the word betray. I think
there
I'm a
you are.
supervillain now.
You're late. What were you doing? Nothing.
I don't know, maybe they sleepwalk.
Clover told us. You've seen the bomb in the control room.
So what the hell should we do? That makes 3 bombs.
Well, we have to do something. They're bombs, for God's sake.
There's a quick and simple solution.
Really?
Remember what Alice said?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
So, if we have the password, we can deactivate them?
Whoa, hold
Password
on a second.
is
That's great
password
and all, but we need that password input device she was talking about.
on all of them.
Without that, we're still boned even if we did have the password.
Not a problem. We've resolved that issue.
Huh?
Show them.
Oh yeah, we found this. You'll remember,
was in
we
the
had
safe in
found
the
this in
control
a,
room.
in a previous run-through. I
Yeah,
had no idea what the fuck it was,
a Palm
Ah.
Island.
but it was, in fact, a thing we picked up that we didn't actually use in the puzzle solution for the room.
Turned out I was right. It fit perfectly. Still, I'm sure this is the thing Alice was talking about. We just didn't have the right password.
But why was it in the control room?
Do you think Zero Senior put it here for us?
That would suggest it was also Zero Senior who set up the bombs.
Doesn't that seem odd, though? Zero Senior wants us to play the nonary game, right? So why would he set bombs?
Maybe he wants to blow this whole place up if someone commits some crazy violation of the rules?
That doesn't make sense. Our bracelets already have poison in them. If someone breaks a rule, all he has to do is activate their bracelet.
Yeah, but that's less dramatic.
Well, whatever the case is,
I would say he's not the
Maybe
dramatic
something
type,
can be
but
sure.
I think I'm trying to cover up
the
for my
person who
incompetence
set
right
these
now.
bombs is one of us. Whether or not that person is also Zero Senior isn't particularly
Listen, our
relevant at
artist
the
spent
moment.
a lot of time making
But
this depiction
what
of a
is
giant
relevant
fireball
is
erupting
that they
from a
know
crater.
the deactivation password.
yeah.
We can
Gonna
figure
use
out
it.
who that person is and question them.
We can get the password and turn the bombs off.
Exactly. That would be my quick and easy method. So fess up. Which one of you set the bombs?
Clover.
Not that I expect you to do that.
Television.
So we're going to be checking everyone.
So, pipe wrench.
Once they're set, the bombs are controlled by a remote. It stands to reason that whoever set them
So,
has that remote.
wood pile.
So you're gonna search us for it?
Did you
Yes.
or did you not set bombs in this
No
notary game?
buts. If you refuse, that implicates you. Do what I say and you'll be fine, assuming you are actually innocent. Understand? No reason to wait. Let's get started. Anyone want to volunteer to go first? No? All right. Let's see.
All right, Alice, why'd you do it?
Huh? What? Why?
I mean, figured out is strong language here.
Yeah.
Through a series of time jumps, we did figure out who did it.
Yeah.
It took a while.
Yeah, by them
How
fucking
can you-
telling us.
Telling us.
There's no way.
That counts.
No, it doesn't. That's not figuring out anything. If you are taking a math test and somebody comes over and writes the answer to the fucking question on your paper for you, you did not figure out that question.
Conversely, if you're taking a math test, go over to someone else's paper, read the answer, then jump to an alternate timeline when you didn't do that, and then write the answer down.
I feel like you're abusing your time power.
Hold it!
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
Yes, but that's irrelevant. What's currently going on?
Well,
No.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
Look, you can't just hit the button and make random accusations. You have to have reasons for throwing people at an airlock.
Why are you getting so worked up if you didn't set bomb?
Gramps is being awful defensive. That seems real sus.
God damn
Nice
it.
try, but that's some bullshit.
You know what? Y'all deserve to get eaten.
I don't think so. What are you even basing
Hold
this
on, hold on. My
I
card
don't
here
know
says
I
I'm a
set the
Cylon.
bombs.
What does that mean?
Just spit it out.
Well, somebody played blue in that last check, and the only
What?
one among us who has
Beg your
blue
pardon?
cards is Krampus.
I was framed for that.
By yourself?
You can't call it being framed when you're just bad at the game. You put the blue card in. You just
I
did it
did
accidentally.
not.
Yes, you did. You did it accidentally. I
It was not
distinctly
possible
remember.
for it to get there any other way.
Who the fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who
You
the
were the
Myrmidons
only one
are.
who had blue
And
cards,
I don't
and
know
we
what
played
Free the
that one
Soul
card
is,
that kept
and I
the
certainly
Destiny
don't know
deck
anything
we
about
put
some
in.
old fart called Brother.
I hope the Krampus in another world use that information to not make that same mistake.
Strangely enough, that mistake is time locked. It can't be changed.
Yeah, all reality. It's really weird.
Infinite possibilities, except there. One possibility.
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
A terrorist?
You seem
have you
too
seen
happy
it?
about this, Clover.
I mean, have you seen his outfit? It's a crime against humanity in and of itself.
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. Seriously, though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone you two jokers.
You write your name on your daggers.
Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons.
Oh, it's a fair
My
cop,
real name's
Gov.
left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
You let him get his hand in his pocket.
Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared
I mean,
for this? Take one step.
I'm going to guess we've disarmed all the bombs.
then
No, we
that thing
haven't.
you're holding.
We haven't done anything with the bomb.
It's the detonator.
Ah, wonderful.
Yeah, I guess it is.
We were, in fact, not
back
lying
the
that we
fuck
plugged
off.
the thing in, put in some random characters,
Dio, please,
got nothing
calm
but errors
down.
back.
If you press that
So we haven't
button,
remembered the
I'll die
passwords to
too.
the bombs yet.
Correct.
So, believe me, there's plenty more where this came from.
I have a feeling we'll get to
Now
a
that
bomb,
we've
get
cleared that
flashbacks of, oh, I know this
back
one.
Off! Come on, move it! Go, go, go! Grandpa, your hearing gone? I said back off.
No.
Do it, pussy.
I don't
You're
deal
not
with
screwing
terrorists.
around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
Tenmyoji?
Oh, something wrong?
I'm old.
Hurry
I got
up.
nothing left
I'm
to
not
lose.
getting
Go
any
on.
younger.
Fuck us all up.
Oh. Do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
Memento mori, Dio.
So you were just bluffing.
Not bluffing, goddammit. You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
What?
Also, you're really stupid. Thump.
I'm honestly surprised that worked.
Boot to the head.
Tenmyoji did a flying jump kick?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Damn, don't mess with him.
Oh, well, and here we go to repeat of last time.
What happened?
What? What's happening? There's a red light on it now.
That's bad.
Red lights are bad.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
What are you saying?
Damn. How much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown. You can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
Th 30 minutes? That's crazy! How do we stop them?
None of us know them, though.
Time to randomly punch numbers in and hope we get it right. Or use our magical time powers to remember all the
What,
answers.
hoping I might spill the beans?
Or a pair of
Nice
pliers.
try.
Dio's got fingernails.
Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Wait, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Oh, whoops. We took our eyes off for 3 seconds. Enough time for him to take a poison pill.
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go! Hey! Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
No.
No. Also,
why would we
there-
do that?
verbal threats in the situation mean nothing.
What are you going to do to me? You're restrained, jackass.
Not like, what have I got to lose? We got a bunch of bombs blowing up in 30 minutes.
We don't have a choice.
Doesn't matter what I do to you
Go
anymore,
get
do you?
the Soparil. I don't know that? What other choice do we have?
Cut
Every
his hand
minute
off.
we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this. What are you doing, Luna? Go!
Right. Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die! Go ahead, tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right! You're gonna burn!
Oh, for God's sake! Luna, shut him up!
Right.
Burn. Flesh to
Here
the ground.
goes.
No, more in an upwardly direction.
Excellent. Later, losers. Gulp. Have fun blowing up.
"25 minutes or so, I believe."
And how much time until the white doors open?
So, what do we do?
Well, we run around and disarm all the bombs.
Yep.
We search Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
No, inexplicably, they got him to memorize all those codes.
Yeah, and that is?
That's... Are you suggesting we just... guess?
Mhm.
Well, no.
I mean, no, but it would take
Wait.
way too long
There's
to
another
explain what I'm
way.
actually suggesting.
What is it?
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
Sure, why not? We're gonna blow up anyways.
First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me. The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
I want you to kick Dio repeatedly.
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it, we're done.
That's... it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do.
Shit, you did
Okay,
promise.
we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
It's cool. We got this.
Yeah.
No, don't ask how.
I don't like asking questions.
It is long and stupid, and even I don't want to believe the explanation.
We'll get into it at the point where we're not on a 25-minute death timer. 2 of them, actually.
Get the input device ready.
Try to remember the password.
How many minutes do we have left?
Four. Wait.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though. Yeah. Well, it's not like I don't have one.
Baka.
Do we have to manually enter these?
Yes.
Okay.
You need to make a jump. Yeah. To another world. Another history. You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you? You just have to do that again.
Or
Doesn't have to
alternatively,
be
have already
another
done
one.
that.
It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Yeah, because we know how to do that.
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
Might as well jump!
See you later then. He literally just jumps on the spot.
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue. I can't control them.
Ah.
That's a problem. Alright, consider this. Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one. But our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though... Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
So, I'll bring up something that I've been holding off on commenting on, because now's the time when it becomes relevant, and
Yeah.
the plot flat out explains it.
I feel like we know.
The notes that we take on the
So?
system, like the
Anything?
notes that we're writing in
You need the
our
bomb
notebook
password.
function,
Do you remember hearing it in another
degrade
timeline?
every time we jump to another place in the timeline using the flowchart.
Yeah.
It's a minor detail, but it's one that I kind of like.
Yeah, it hasn't come up in this just because we've never had any notes we took that we carried across timelines.
Yeah.
So, I will explain about the bomb passwords now. I have mentioned before that the bomb passwords do actually mean things, and there is one bomb password that is different in the North American and European versions of the game than it is in the Japanese version of the game, and that is because something is called differently. So, and this is something that comes up in one of the secret files that we will get to in a little bit later on. But it basically says to add +1 to alter the bomb codes from gibberish to something that means something, which literally just means you move forward one letter in the alphabet. The thing that is different between the Japanese version and the Western versions is, in Japanese, the organization are not called the Myrmidons, they are called Clay Dolls. So the code is different because this code is one off from Myrmidons. Which is... Whereas in Japanese, the code is one off from Clay Dolls.
Ah.
Good job.
Basically,
It
if you move
worked.
every letter of this code forward by 1, you get the word Myrmidons.
Got it. Which, in a way, would make him easy enough to remember.
Yep.
So you knew the password after all. Interesting.
That one, as a reminder, is
You heard
the
it
one
in
we got
another
from
history?
the Alice end after
Just
Dio
what happened in
ate
that other
the suicide
timeline?
capsule.
Mm.
He got cocky about things. Yeah, they'll bring it up here.
Never mind. We don't have
Just
time
a
for
quick
that.
flash.
How much longer?
It was like,
Good. We've still
hey,
got
bonus
time.
deduction. I mean, we're wrapping
Come on,
up at
let's
the
go.
very end here.
We've still got 2 more. The
I
number
like
2 bomb
VLR
is
well
next
enough,
on the
even
list.
with all its faults. I don't know
Right.
about the rest of the
No
group,
time
though.
to waste. Oh, and
It's
don't
an
forget the
enjoyably
device.
schlocky romp, as usually happens when you do time travel stories.
It's dumb, but it's a fun dumb.
Yeah.
There are a few gaps that I have with this because I was either sick and just catch up on the VODs or whatever. So some stuff, if it's a little confusing, I would not say it's a bad game in any way. I think it does try to be a little deeper than it should try.
Wait till we get to the other Ichikoshi series.
And as for the actual, proper puzzle gameplay parts of the game, those are actually pretty well done, oddly enough.
Oh yeah, the puzzles are fantastic.
Bomb 2!
You got it?
Yeah, but a second. So to explain, what we've got going on here is what
Look it up.
series we were calling SoundGoblin Storytime, where we're playing through various different visual novel
Okay.
series, and we've been alternating
Hurry
back
up.
and forth.
Plug in the
Our compatriot
password.
here, Krampus, is doing the Danganronpa games, while I'm doing the Zero Escape games. So we had already previously done 999, which you can find the videos
Calm
of
down.
on our YouTube channel.
You probably just typed
We're gonna
it in
finish
wrong.
finish this one up. Then we're gonna take some time to do Ultra Despair Girls from the
Try it
Danganronpa
again.
series, and then when the Ultra Despair Girls is done, we'll be playing Zero Time Dilemma, for better or worse.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords. Shit! This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password? Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
You totally know the password. I'm going to assume you jumped to the right place.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, I could sit here and be like, "Do you guys remember where we got this password?" But it's frankly just a waste of everybody's fucking time.
Yeah.
So this one is Bomb 2. This is the one we got from Sigma End. And if we input the thing here, this, letter shifted, comes out as Free Z Soul, or Free the Soul.
I get it. No.
Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it. Don't scare me like that, all right?
No, you can't give us that huge long explanation and then go, "This is crazy." That's not how this works.
Yeah. This one we also got from Dio while we were in the infirmary.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 bomb passwords we get directly
That
from
just leaves
Dio
us
in
with
the
the
various
last bomb.
endings we get them in.
It's,
And we get one of them from Zero Senior, don't we?
right.
Yes.
Let's go
Yeah.
take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
There is actually a reason for that.
Well, don't just stand there.
I planted one too,
go.
as a joke.
Not exactly.
Let me tell you about anti-hydrogen bombs.
Oh no, not again.
Boop, 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 boop. We travel entirely based on sonar.
I mean, also keeping in mind that at the moment in this particular timeline, we still are only thinking there are 3 bombs because we have only found bombs numbered 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
We have not yet found / remembered that there is a bomb 0.
Yeah.
Finally. The last one. How many minutes left? It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, all right? You have the input device?
Oh, I threw it away on the way here.
Oh shit, I dropped it. Where did you drop it? I don't know.
Okay,
Well, let's retrace
go.
our steps.
We've done this twice
Don't
already.
have time for that.
Do you really need a third pep talk?
Get your consciousness from another world where you figured out where you dropped it to tell you where you dropped it.
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
In my pocket. There we go.
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times.
Oh.
I'm sure this one will
Oh, it was behind your ear the whole time.
Time's the charm,
God
right?
damn it. This would be an incredibly useful power if you ever lose your car key.
This time he flashes back 2 years ago to when he was eating alphabet cereal, and the last 9 alphabets was the password for this one.
Whatever.
I have no idea.
You're the only person who can.
The last
Time is weird.
80085. Boobs! High five!
Yeah, but
No high five?
I can't
Fair
remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I have
Alright, screw this. We didn't learn this today timeline, so we're just gonna have to brute force this. So I have to flash back about
Maybe we've been
a
going
few
to different worlds.
100,000 times.
Yeah, Fi's ability to remember what happened in previous worlds while related to before.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Butterfly.
Yeah.
But if I had that ability, I would force all my comments on my game so that I could every raid flawlessly. Don't step there, that's where an AoE is going to be.
Ah, but because you know that now, it's going to change with that AoE one.
Eye of the Somnium Files is definitely on the list, Butter Seduction, but we'll probably get to that a fair bit later. Most likely, when I'm done with the Zero Escape series, we're actually going to take a step back and do the Infinity series, the series that Uchikoshi did before the Zero Escape games.
God, I wish I knew of a series to add to this, but
They are a doozy.
Yeah, all the visual novels I have aren't appropriate for Twitch.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, so this is actually the one bomb that we got the code from Zero Senior for. And the interesting thing about this, and this again will come up and explained a bit later, Dio actually doesn't know the code to this bomb because it got changed.
Is it Dio sucks with one letter off?
If you letter shift each of these, it comes out to crash keys, which means nothing currently, but again is something that will come up in later explanations.
Suck on that, Dio.
So is it possible to actually make progress on these if you have a fact that gives you the codes, but you haven't actually gone through those points?
No, this lock will not open without having gone through basically every other.
Yeah, each of the bombs here is a separate lock.
Yeah, so technically speaking, you can get to, like, one bomb, do the stuff to unlock it, come back to that bomb, you put the code in, the next time you get to one, it'll be like, oh, you're locked again. That's why we saved doing this one until the end, is just because we would just run into, like, 4 fucking locks, and it's actually more annoying to play it that way.
Yeah, I figure, unlike the computer terminal, which is at the password and whatnot, you can technically cheat that by doing it early. Because it does like the whole flashback scene for every bomb, I assume it's exactly you have to have seen it for it to do the flashback scene.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, they are actual hard locks, unlike the password thing, which is a soft lock. You could technically put in the password if you already knew it, and it would continue through to the Luna ending.
Okay, reverse question. If you don't have an access to it and you forgot to write the stuff down, and
play through that route again.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
Alternatively, look it up on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, the codes don't actually change. They are the same every time.
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish. I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
I remember being about to brain him with a rock.
I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
The letter 0.
I know where it is. It's in 0. All right, everyone, get your gloves.
Looks like you remember it too. How much time do we have? Well, hurry up! We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Know where it is?
Ah, shit, I bent the pins.
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me! Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
All right, I'm gonna need a latex glove.
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
I'm running in a random direction for no apparent reason!
Do you really think I'd do that?
Be helpful in the situation? No, of course not.
Damn.
I mean, you wanted to open up this route by immediately leaving through the 9 door, killing all of us.
True.
Well, the bright side, it wasn't too far. I don't think.
So as a reminder, because I know it can sometimes be somewhat difficult to keep track of what's happened in which timelines. This is the only timeline in which we did not find the old lady's dead body.
Here?
So there would have been no reason for Dio to hide a bloody knife between a couple AP rooms.
So of course he'd hide a bomb there.
About a minute. Hurry!
It's a good thing he didn't just chuck it back there where no one could reach.
I don't think he wanted to go off preemptively, so probably didn't want to chuck it. This does seem like the kind of bomb that, if disturbed in the slightest, would actually go off in full.
And this bomb code we, again, got from Dio when we were actually, like, outside with him and all that. And this one shifts to my brother.
Brother!
See, my mind just went to Brother My Brother from the Pokemon movie. No idea why.
Yeah.
Because it's musical.
Probably.
And with that, we have disarmed all the bombs.
Hooray!
Hooray! Wait, we're still on the other
Game
death
over.
timer.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history? Pretty good guess.
The hell of a guess.
Yeah.
Well, you did it. So, thanks. Just what? What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
We should run. A lot.
Bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting.
We've
for
needed
us
to
in the
hurry
Gobi
from
warehouse.
since we started this conversation.
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Are we dead?
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Oh my. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good job, you guys. What? Huh?
You're disgusting.
Somebody just kick him in the back of the
1
knee.
minute remains until chromatic doors close.
You know, the garbage chute
We need to
trash
hurry.
boy.
Everybody know who's in their group? All right. Then let's move.
Who is in our group?
Well, Dio is our pair.
Oh no.
I think. I don't remember. I think we're with Tenmyoji, if I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. We're not dragging an unconscious Dio by his leg.
Okay, no, Tenmyoji, Fi, and us.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Okay, you can drag him by his ankle. Fine.
2, 1.
No one's gonna mind if he gets a little head trauma.
Chromatic doors closing.
You won't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, just put some foil around it so you can get the bracelet off and then throw him in the cryopod for like forever.
Yeah, it's us, Fi, and Tenmyoji on this route.
I have a feeling everyone's gonna get 9 eventually. That's
What?
It's a very different room than I'm used to. The toy door.
Ow.
It's the
Ow.
architect's room from the Matrix.
Well, there are doors.
Hey.
The
This is the room
came
for
in,
people who hate having eyes.
and that
All right,
which
where's
I'm
Harold
assuming is
Howarth?
the exit.
Glad this isn't a VR game.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Who had the key of the Twilight?
Really?
Damn it, we're in the
Now
Q
someone's just being a
continuum.
smartass.
It'd be
Huh?
great if we were in the queue continuum.
Maybe the Q is for question.
All of a sudden, Q just comes out.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be
Hello,
for
Mon
Queen.
Capitan.
Well, fuck.
The card's not here.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So,
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
right. Good.
Okay.
That means it's time to seek a way out for the final time
Hooray.
in this game.
Oh.
Hmm.
This is the last puzzle room. This is Q.
We're gonna assume there's objects at the door here.
Whose phone is ringing?
Okay, there we go. Lines!
I know this room. I have done this room for a lot of fighting games.
Yeah. What a fucking holodeck.
Ah, great.
Oh no, it's
Moriarty's gonna
Cube 2, Hypercube.
Moriarty's gonna try to kill us all again.
Okay, so in actuality, what we have is we have a mostly empty room and this cube in the center.
Okay.
Now, when we touch a face of the cube, it comes up like this.
Oh god, it's Minesweeper.
Not exactly. It's almost like an inverse Minesweeper. So what these numbers mean is how many... So, it's kind of hard to explain. Let me do this. So... Here we are, facing this wall with the exit door on it, right?
Yeah.
If we touch this face of the cube, it's going to tell us things about this wall.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so here's the explanation the game gives. Even this is not a great explanation, but... So there are winning and losing panels on the wall. Cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. When you click a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. So, for example, we have here, if we clicked on this one, we would see 1, 0, and 2. If we click on this one, we would see 2, 2, 1, 3. The thing is that it includes itself in the number.
Okay.
It can be the actual panel itself. So if we click on a
and it
panel...
doesn't do diagonals.
It doesn't do diagonals. It's only orthogonals. And if we click on a panel and that panel says 1, it means either itself or one of the bordering panels is active.
Furthermore, if it says 1, there's a 0 bordering it, it's not itself a winning panel.
Right.
And other stuff like that. There are 8 puzzles hidden behind walls.
Yeah, so we do have one more opportunity to view that series of hints by clicking on the floor. So I'm going to be real with you. Like, I could sit here and make you guys figure this shit out, but I do actually already know the solution of this one. So we are just going to kind of take care of this.
Just enter the... Yeah.
And when we enter winning panels, stuff pops out of the walls.
What are the puzzles we've done before?
Basically. So this wall was, I want to say it's the ones next to the door, yeah. And then somewhere up here, was it this one? Yeah, okay. This one is... yeah, 3 up.
Ah, okay.
And this one also had... There we go.
Dice!
A dice game.
Yep, like I said, puzzles we have done before.
Yep.
Yeah, this is all based on things we have already done, but obviously slightly different solutions. Then over here, as you may imagine, we have very limited space because we already have stuff kind of popped out that's blocking certain places. But there are still some spots we can click. So with that, we have revealed all 8 hidden panels in this room.
Okay.
Now we just need to kind of go around and do our things.
Those missiles?
And there's a green memory card covered up by a glass panel here.
Right. So we take the darts, throw them at the glass panel until it breaks, and then grab the
darts again?
Yep, we have to do darts again. But we have no idea what score we're going for at the moment.
I see. Solving some puzzles ends up
nice.
giving us some other puzzle.
Yeah. We have found a picture.
We have pictures of blue dice, pictures of green dice, and pictures of red dice.
Only we keep.
Conveniently, we have a dice table over here.
Yes, yes, we do. So we know where they go. And what side they're supposed to be on.
Yep. Let's see. Red dice. 3, 6, 5. And this one
Was
be... There we go. Blue dice are 5 and 1. Here, I think.
Because, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right below though. Yeah.
Didn't mean to do that.
Hell.
This one was right, down, left. This one was right. Here we go.
Yeah.
Blue dice. For reference, since the last time we did a dice puzzle, I have done a lot more dice rolling stuff just to kind of refamiliarize myself with it, because I knew this was coming. So this one should be right. Yeah, that's right. Down. There we go.
Yeah, because as we discussed last time, you can technically get any number in any position. It's just finicky.
Yeah. And technically speaking, if you fiddle with it long enough, you can eventually get it wherever. It just takes fucking forever to do. And green dice, we need 2, 6.
There's a logic to it, and you'd probably be ridiculously good at it if you, like, I don't know, for example, played a puzzle game based around it for several hours straight, or something. Kind of like just playing Minesweeper over and over again. And eventually, you could hypothetically get to the point where you do Minesweeper in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. There we go. So we've completed that dice puzzle. That gets us the blue key card.
Hooray!
Card, rather.
The blue memory / key / whatever card. And that looks like it has 3 memory card ports.
Yep. Yeah, so that's just kind of letting us know it's not going to do anything until we get all 3 of the cards.
Right.
Got this guy over here. Which, if you'll remember, this is basically that like hologram projector where we saw in the other room where Zero Senior talked to us. But we can't quite remember that.
Well, that puzzle seems simple enough.
Now we're here. We've got a binder and a memory card behind the glass.
Make a V with a couple of blue-green indentations, somehow.
Yep, and we've got this. We only have 5 moves.
In order to get that.
If you'll remember from the actual panel there, everything is red, so we want to get everything turned red.
Yeah. And it just inverts everything next to it.
Yeah. Should be... I think I've got it. Now we can come over here, we can grab the red memory card.
And a book.
And we can grab this binder.
Which probably, I would say, has the scores in it or
It
something.
says the Q Chamber Special AB game. Now the explanation of the Q Chamber Special AB game. 3 people will definitely choose Ally, 3 people will definitely choose Betray, 1 is a mysterious mirror man, he will always do whatever his opponent does. For the first answer, we have to strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. For the second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. So we have to get a score of 100 with 3 darts. First dart must land in the green area, second in the blue area, third in the red area.
Alright, so we need to get a score of 100.
Yep. It's time for math. This is the one I suck at the most.
So the outer ring is ×1, the middle ring is ×2, and the inner is ×3?
Correct.
And the first one has to be green, second has to be blue, and third has to be red.
Yeah.
We need a green, blue, and a red, but...
No, they do have to go in
Yeah,
order.
first, second, third.
Yeah, but it's basically we need one of each, and... Because what? Yeah, because the... That's a green on any ring, correct?
Yes.
Or the... Okay, yeah.
We just have to do a green, then a blue, then a red, essentially.
Yeah.
So we could go for like double 8 or triple 13 as the first one. It just has to be a green, then a blue, then a red.
Alright. Okay, now to figure out what this actually adds up to 100. There's a lot of repetition on this one.
Actually, it does require me to go in the right order, because that one got redded out, so... Essentially, each dart has to average out to 33 1/3.
Yes. There's not actually that many high numbers either, so...
No.
There's 2 numbers exactly that are above 33.
Means we will almost certainly need one of those 2.
We have to use exactly one of those 2, because they are both green.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of whether or not the 42 or the 39.
I think 42 is too high.
The remainder of 42 is 58.
58,
29.
29 across the other two.
Well, 29 average, which is not... Okay.
I'm going to go with the 39.
42.
See what that leaves us with. We want to work on figuring out the 42.
Well, we need something that's above 29. Because we can't use a 39. That would be the 33, which means it adds up to 50, and we can stop now.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing with 5.
Yeah, so it has to
So
be
it can't be 0 out. It has to be a 39, yeah.
Okay, so that means then we have 61 is the remainder.
Yes. It has the same thing, but more so we have to add another high number to it. The only high number that's left is the 33. So 61 plus 3, so 4... Or 39 plus... Yeah, 69 plus 3... 39, 69... Yeah, 72, yeah. Which... Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you got the 72, I was like, well, that's 28, which is double 14, which is a blue, so we're good.
Yeah.
Ray math.
I was looking at the numbers, but not the colors, so... But, yeah, it's easy once you actually start eliminating things.
Apparently, despite us just, dragging and dropping the darts where we needed them to go, Sigma chose to play that from regulation darts length.
Got good aim.
That we have our green memory card as well.
Two down, one to go.
No, we already have the blue one. We already put it in. The blue one is what we got from the dice game.
Right. Which would be 2 down, 1 to go. Or there are 3 cards, right?
No, we have the red one as well.
Oh, I missed getting that one apparently.
Yeah, the red one was the hexagon game.
I apparently blanked some of that out then. Wow. Way to go, brain.
Yeah, the hexagon game got us the binder which had the file about the QAB game special. And then the dice game got the other one.
I'll take your word for it. Like I said, I apparently blacked that out. My brain's doing a thing.
Right, this is that ally betray puzzle.
Yeah, so if you'll remember, the first answer, we need to strive for 9 with 6 cooperators, and the second answer is we must be the only ones to surpass 9. 3 people will definitely choose ally, 3 people will definitely choose betray, and there is 1 person who just mirrors whatever the opponent does. So, the other pairs are A and B. May as well just do this first. And we will choose ally. C has to be the mirror. Yeah, because A betrayed and E betrayed, which means they can't be the mirror, and therefore neither can D.
Whoever they're opposing.
And D and B, because they would have to mirror. So C has to be the mirror, A and E are always betray, and D and B are always ally. We figured that out in one test.
Nice.
Now, the question is...
how do we reach our goals?
can we salvage this one? Press 9. Okay, so we know that D is always going to ally. So if we betray, that gets us 3 points to 8.
And kills D.
So C has to be betrayed.
Yeah, but the only person that's going to betray them is A, and that'll give them 9 points as well, so we can't actually salvage this one.
Oh, both A and E would, yeah.
But we know now. So we have 2 things we need to reach for. We may as well reach for them in order. The first one is strive for 9 with 6 cooperators, which is basically just going to be...
Just ally a bunch and...
Yep.
Let A and E sit there, let A and E sit there and betray each other all day while the rest of us get to 9 points. So you know all those times you've been sitting there bitching about how like nobody seems to have thought through this game at all? They literally force you to do that in the end here.
So that's one of the 2 passwords.
Yep. And then for the second one, we need to be the only one to get to 9. And we only have 3 rounds to do it in.
Same setup, except we betray every time? No, because he mirrors.
Yeah, because... Yeah,
we'll have to be slightly clever.
We could do the...
We can put the mirror there and put the always ally below us. And then just that setup works too. Because we just betray both rounds.
We'd have to swap a few...
Yeah, no, because then both C and the always ally pair would also end up with 9.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to do 3. We have to do 3 rounds.
Yes,
Got it.
we have to do 3 rounds.
Okay, yeah, we're trying to get on this one.
We are trying to get... We're the only one with 9. So I think if we do... Right, so this, and then we betray.
Alternate the betray and the ally, and then alternate them again.
Yeah, so... Right?
Should be.
Because A is going to betray, which means C will betray. So there'll be no points changed there. Then B is going to ally, E is going to betray. So they'll lose 2, he'll go up 3. Yeah,
and then do...
Yeah, because then we just make this happen.
Which will be a stalemate between them, so they won't get any points.
Yeah. That gets us the final safe password.
And now we are safe.
Oh.
Moon, star, moon.
Ah.
Wonder what those could be.
Purple ink.
Delicious Excelivir. Drink it now, just to be safe.
Alright, I'm gonna eat dinner. I'll be back.
Yep.
A key found in the safe.
Unseen star.
He wasn't there. He was lower left.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to like right click to undo because that's where my brain went and it backed me out, so.
Yeah. Now we're gonna go over those this episode too. Excellent.
Yep, so just a show.
All the gold files.
We now have all the secret files.
It's a lot more than I thought they'd be.
There is essentially one gold file for every escape room in the game. And
Yeah,
each gold
really
file is
that many.
each gold file is a full page of those.
Oh, okay. Each one's a full page. That makes
Yeah.
You found it.
So now, fucking buckle in.
Huh.
Oh boy.
It opened.
We should get back to the Floor A warehouse then.
What?
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
Is this where the jumpy code from last time comes in?
Get to that in a minute. First, I need to have a mental breakdown, apparently.
Oh, it's clicking in.
Oh. My brain.
So, yeah, as you figured out, it's the key card we found last time. The ID is Kurashiki, the password is Jumpy Doll.
Yep.
Sigma!
Strange thing to be an ID and a password.
Are we about to hear about termites?
Akane.
Oh man, if it were only
Akane Kurashiki.
if it were only that stupid.
They've been looking.
Yeah, by the way, the old woman's Akane.
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yep.
3 guesses who Tenmyoji is, and the first 2 don't count.
The name Snake?
No.
Oh, stand up.
Temnioji is
She's a
Junpei.
hologram.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yup.
For fuck's sake.
He's Jumpy Doll.
It's how he knew Clover and Alice, remember? They indicated that they had some kind of special connection between them?
Yeah, that'll all get explained in a minute here, but yeah. No, we've been with Junpei this entire time.
Oh, God.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you
X,
see
I
now
built
is
you
a
for
holographic
peace,
message.
but unfortunately you're being used as a tool for war.
Unfortunately, this means I will not be able
My
to
final
answer your
message.
questions, at least
Save
not
the
directly.
world.
I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions.
You have no idea.
What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you've heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple.
If I'm being totally honest, hologram old woman, at the moment my brain can't really manage more than what? What?
Purpose.
What?
To transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
So yes, the entire purpose of all of this was to get Sigma and Phi to send their consciousness into the past.
On the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
Quantum.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Junior, as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies.
No. No, they're not. Pardon me a second.
Well, I expected that to go up again. I'm hoping the other counter gets at least one more count while I'm here.
Not particularly. We're pretty much done with that one, honestly.
Damn, I'm sad.
Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, nonverbal cues, etc. to
Pictionary.
But what if I could plug my brain directly into your brain?
Direct connection to anyone else.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Is that real?
Too bad. Get the chainsaw.
In the
Oh
dimensions
no.
we understand. Yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all
Emphasis on higher.
like the branches of a tree or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree.
No.
Imagine it.
See are the spots which constitute the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand
You run one death game and you just get all transcendent on people.
instead of only two, you see the truth.
I mean, isn't this technically the second death game she's run?
Yeah, but you ran one before and look what happened.
She's not technically running this one.
She's involved.
Yeah, but she's not running it. Zero Senior and Zero the Third are running this one.
Things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions.
Santa's running Zero Senior, isn't it?
No.
Oh, well.
We actually have no fucking idea what Aoi is up to. We never got any official clarification on that. That is one of the many questions which Koji responded to with, "You'll find out in the 3rd game," and then we totally don't find out in the 3rd game.
Gotcha.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Oh god, no. I'm having a flashback.
This one is not gonna. Welcome back.
So
Take a brief pause here to cover things. So the old lady is Akane Kuroshiki.
Okay.
You know, Zero from 999.
Yeah.
Tenmyoji is Junpei.
Yeah.
Which should also pretty easily lead you to understand this is not, in fact, taking place 3 years after 999.
Yeah. Yeah.
Despite the fact that at the very beginning of the game it very clearly said it was 2028.
They lied.
Also, she's gone round the bend fucking crazy into bullshit. We got another tick on the fucking nonsense meter when she started talking about, like, that over there is our quantum computer. It is where Zero the Third and all of the golems do their thinking. It seems odd, doesn't it, that a physical body we interact with isn't where the thoughts actually form. But perhaps humans could be like that too. It's like, no, they can't. Shut up. And then started talking about, like, think about a cross-section of a rhizome when you look at plant roots. You only see one little bit, but if you view them if you put all the cross-sections together, you get the full thing. Perhaps all 3-dimensional objects can be seen as connected if you view them from the 4th dimension. Shut up! And then Tenmyoji has just been like, morphogenetic field theory, and now we're back into this nonsense, but we're not giving it a tick because it's the entire premise of the 1st game.
Yeah.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th
Oh, and this entire thing was the AB plan, or the AB project, which was entirely a plan to enable Sigma and Phi to send their consciousness back in time.
and you have a line.
Specifically them by name.
The only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines,
theory here.
and you can create shapes.
I'm assuming they somehow found out about Radical 6 before it became really bad, and set this up to somehow get the answer for the cure for Radical 6 sent to the past, because it was going to take way too long to properly create a cure with most of the human race still be alive.
You are thinking things through way too straightforward and simply.
I was gonna say, that sounds like a sensible theory. Denied.
Space and time. It is
I fucking hate when I've got a better idea than the game developers.
I'm not saying it's necessarily a better idea. I'm just saying it's a much simpler and more straightforward idea.
Anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time. That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before.
And then we found a bunch of other words that started with A and B or were kind of related.
It probably sounds
Then settled on ally and betray, and decided to build stuff around it.
made up by a bad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong?
How many times have you betrayed each other as revenge for being betrayed by each other?
I'm talking about as well.
They both start ticking off on their fingers. Sigma takes off his shoes so he can count his toes.
You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
So Mioji, she's doing the Doctor Who thing. She knows what we're saying, but we can't respond to her. Just don't waste your breath.
So also, Tenmyoji slash Junpei spent his entire life chasing after Akane and never found
The
her.
final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me.
And now you'll know the rest of the backstory.
Wait, this is the one timeline where we didn't find her body. So...
Correct.
Is it alive? Or is it dead? You will decide its fate.
Wait.
Wait! Akane, wait!
But Dio had to kill someone to get his bracelet in theory.
In one timeline.
In every timeline but this one, apparently.
There are other ways to get him a bracelet.
I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait. Akane!
Quiet, Ranma.
Anything goes, School of Dimensional Travel.
And somehow this will become a martial arts tournament.
I mean, he did do that sweet-ass jump kick earlier.
Yeah.
True. Quickly prepared it and injecting it herself. Going, that's the good stuff.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, what were your guys'
No
rooms
need
like?
to thank us.
For reference, because we actually can
I know,
extrapolate.
Yeah. It's the other two. Have we been to the other white rooms?
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain we've been through the other two white rooms.
Yes. Kay ended up dragging Dio and Quark through the security room. And Clover, Alice, and Luna went to the director's office.
Yep.
Okay, that's right.
Good.
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are quite
Somehow.
literally lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
I mean,
Excuse me.
not really gonna
I
hurt you.
apologize for interrupting,
I mean-
but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Yep.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the A-B game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Okay. I'll vote. You sure you're
Unless,
alright with this,
You
Sigma?
know, Dio is a solo, in which case, betray that motherfucker.
No, we'll just leave him in this room.
Shall we open the doors?
Though, more realistically, we're just waiting for the accelerator to wear
Has
off.
been opened.
Or not.
45 minutes.
How does it last for again?
Until Ambidex game
Oh,
polling
the
closes.
Sapporo 4 or something like that?
Or so, Pearl, yeah.
Oh, right.
No idea.
We have to wait for
Long
the
ass
deadline.
time.
Oh,
Good amount of
Yeah.
time.
well, we could.
About a convenient amount of time.
But
Worst
then
comes to
each
worst,
voter
we know
would
where
be
we can
stuck
put him.
inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
I'd mention it actually it last.
Okay.
I would mention it
Let's
didn't
go
last
back
that
to
long
the
in the
infirmary then.
first game
I
when
agree.
Ace
Please,
used it on
lead the
himself.
way.
It lasted for precisely one set of rooms.
It lasts for plot relevant time.
It's also worth noting that the stuff we're using in this game
Hold
is
on.
Soberworld Beta, which is a different version.
I just
than the one
remembered
posted
something.
999.
The
Fair
AB
enough.
room on the left. In one of the other histories, she... Maybe because she wasn't murdered. Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
Oh, great, she's a cat now.
Exactly.
Find her, she has cat ears on. With cat paw gloves.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet. The history where she's alive
Night
and the
part of
history where
Old
she's
Deuteronomy
murdered
will
are
be
both
played
real
by
right now.
Akane Kuroshige.
A cat is not
Thank
a
you,
dog.
Sigma. That is correct. That is literally impossible. We've already opened that box.
No,
Metaphorical
we haven't opened
box.
the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
We're gonna
Camera
open the
pans
next.
up. She's just clinging to the rafters.
Hanging there like a cloth.
I've been here for hours. What took you so long?
Why did none of you look up?
Following the cat theme, she literally just found some high spot where she can fall asleep, lying there right now.
I've got it. Akane is the 9th lion.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Find a sun that she's eating.
Also, I apologize about the noise outside. Someone's deciding to do,
Wait, what?
Buckle in, y'all.
So as you can see here,
Oh,
we now have a new
no.
section of flowchart before all this nonsense.
Yep.
so to unlock the rest of this flowchart.
Why? Why would you do that to us, you sons of bitches?
Because we had to train Sigma to go into the past.
Yep.
She said it.
Yeah, this was the whole point of the AB project.
So we can actually travel directly through time as opposed to just throwing our consciousness back.
No, we're still just throwing our consciousness back.
Okay.
Alright, I'm disappearing for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Alright.
No, this is one of the AB rooms. Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all. Check your bracelet. Mine's the same. No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time. Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet. We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early. Yeah. Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think. Right. We're here for one reason. Exactly. Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Seek a way out.
Yep.
Hey, remember earlier when I said Q was the last time? I lied.
Yeah. Alright, so our final puzzle room is the actual fucking room. Please tell me the answer is just looking up and hoping to back the on top. No, okay.
No, it's just literally we can just go and get the other get the password from the very beginning.
Yep. Okay.
Now please note, what this is actually secretly telling you is that the passwords are the same no matter what. So if you haven't gone back, if you went through all this game and played all the passwords on easy and want to go back and get all the gold files, you can now set it to hard, go back to all those rooms, and just put in the passwords.
Or you can just play it on hard to begin with, because it's really not that hard. Don't we have the blue one?
We don't need that. We already have the gold file from this room.
Okay.
When I said we had all the gold files, I meant we had all the gold files.
Hmm.
You found it!
Yeah, it is just, I did want to show off that if you try to actually do the puzzle, Fi gets pissed off at you and it's like, you idiot, we already have the password, move on. If only we had somebody who could leap like 15 feet across a room with no problem.
Yes! Right to the back of the neck, as it should be.
Yeah, just fucking double drop kicks
fine.
Dio right in the back
Just
of the head.
unconscious.
But amazingly, his hat's still on.
The hat's glued on. Yep.
I don't think he saw me.
He didn't quite understand
Probably
how
has
hats
no
work.
idea what happened to him. He had it coming.
Fair.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
He had it coming.
Like
Only
several
had
times
himself
over.
to blame.
Yeah.
If you'd have been there, yeah,
So
if you'd have
you
seen him,
came.
you would have done the same.
I've been waiting for
Or worse.
you.
Probably worse.
Much worse.
You're here to hear the
He wouldn't still be
rest,
breathing
right?
if I'd been the one there.
I do have to say, I enjoy how much of a done with this shit look old woman Akane has.
Been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very
Already got
much.
shoot you.
I very much appreciate
Someone still has
you
to die at the start of the
saving me.
game.
Yeah, so, hey, in case you were wondering,
Hold on.
the one timeline where
How do you
we
know
did
about
find the
being
dead
stabbed
body
by Dio?
is the one where we went
Are
back
you
in
an
time and
SP
saved her.
too?
Yep.
Yes. Indeed, I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you. Because I had to. Think
Not
back.
a good reading.
Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested.
I had to create this dumb, convoluted time loop to make it so you could travel through time.
The project was to send the two of you
Oh
to the
man,
past.
if you think is the
Or
dumbest,
your
most
minds,
convoluted
at
time
least.
loop involved in this
In
story,
order for
just
that
wait.
to happen,
Oh, no,
some
this
was
probably gets stupider.
necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens.
Oh god.
It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the
Nothing
rudder,
like a
and
slingshot.
then let go. The potential energy you store
Exactly like a
back
slingshot.
is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from a slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional
Stop
one.
talking. Stop talking.
From
Stop
that
talking.
perspective, time is no
I'm getting
longer
dumber every
fixed.
instant this goes on.
In other words, you can
See,
travel
first
to
you
the
must
future,
destroy your
past,
body and free your
whenever
heart.
you like.
Oh no.
Stick it in a
Your
box.
consciousness has been released from the
My body or my
three-dimensional
heart?
cage.
Yes.
Your body. Oh, that's
In
the thing.
order
You want to
for
go forward
that
or
to
backwards in
happen,
time?
I had
Sideways.
to infect you
'Cause
with
it's different.
Radical 6.
We're infected with Radical 6?
Here's the explanation, by the
Yes.
way, of why
Don't
like
you
everybody
remember,
has
Sigma?
Radical 6.
Luna
Yep.
should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow
Why?
your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed.
There you
The
go.
result
There's
is what you
why.
are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability
But
to
wait,
travel,
there's
but
more.
your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was
stupid.
why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
We had to make sure there was a bunch of fail states.
Yep.
And since everyone will die of Radical 6 eventually, we don't have to worry about errant timelines running around.
True.
Except for the people that won't.
Yep. So
Yes.
she killed Junpei.
Yeah, no, that wraps it up. 3. Yeah, I thought I was going to go further with that one.
Yeah.
Let's add the fact that none of those suicides technically should count as suicide because these people were purposely infected with a disease that causes suicide. So that doesn't technically count as murder.
Nah, still kill themselves.
I mean, the whole thing technically counts as murder. So I guess you could wrap this all up in murder.
Yeah.
Death was
No
unavoidable.
laws on the moon.
You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made.
But are we on the moon?
Yes.
The moment you say sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project, you're a supervillain.
Look, did you make it through 999 thinking Akane was a good person? Because I'm not sure what you took away from that game, but it was wrong.
I know, but a little self-introspection.
Sure, you'll figure
Go a long way with
her.
Like she had time
she's well
to
aware.
mature
She
and
don't
get
care.
out of that.
Just when is eventually.
In a future not very far from now.
Like, I don't know, a few hours.
I'm going to keep this with me. But it's almost time. No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline. This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it.
Sleep.
Lagomorph.
Sleep.
Yes. Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
So
Now,
there's your answer about how to even get a
everything is in
bracelet without Akane
place.
having to die.
I have put
She
the
just told
bracelet
Zero
onto
Jr. to take
Dio.
it off of her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him.
Can I kick him
I
in the
will
ribs a few
also
times
put your
first?
bodies back into the
Please.
3rd
I don't
AB
see it.
room.
It didn't happen.
Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
I'll help you file the report. What report?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your
How the fuck do
body
you know
will be
that?
Emptied,
I know
and your
everything.
other
Because she's
consciousness
gone back in
will
time
jump
after it
back in.
happened.
If
Now
your
it's a-
bodies aren't back in the
That's
3rd
all.
AB room,
Yes,
What
again,
happened?
she has already
It
clarified
would
that
be
she also has the ability to jump through time.
So you're saying some version
Fucking-
of us is going to
So
wake
what you're
up
saying
in that
is Groundhog
room and
Day,
repeat the
times
same
3.
history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
you are exactly correct.
The best kind of correct.
Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
It's a gat.
Yay!
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
I will pin this note onto your shirt so you won't lose it.
Wait, so it's been on his ankle
Tu
and he never knew until...
ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes. It will help you meet someone who's very important. Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at
Sigma,
your side.
you have to get back.
Watching over
Back
you.
to the future.
Now hurry.
Oh, jeez, Kane, this is heavy.
Alright, into the DeLorean.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Alright, back to the flowchart.
Yeah, I mean, you said we had to get back to the future.
I'm
So
well.
now, as you can see, we have this section that filled in prior to the beginning of the game. Now, all the way down here, we have this separate section, which now occurs after that whole long chain of events we did.
Yep.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
You mean
Dio?
what
I wanna
happened a
kick him in the
long
ribs
time
again.
ago?
Oh, don't start that shit.
Feels like it was just a few minutes ago.
I remember all right.
Listen, if
Hey,
we're going to deal with this,
what
we're
are
going to
you
have to
guys
address
talking
things
about?
as our own perception of time, not
What am I? Chopped liver?
objective time.
Back
Somebody
Not
says,
psychotic
when
part.
are we? I'm gonna
Yeah,
punch
thanks.
them.
You told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for
When
us.
are you?
Why are you?
How are you?
Alright, I'm getting the broom.
I'm fine, thanks.
Really grabbing
Why
at
four
straws,
are you?
aren't you? Not really my point.
Oh, whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
Yes.
And all of
Of
us
course,
suddenly
the
realized
coloring
that we were
group
being
assignments
idiots
were
and we should have
shuffled
all
around
just
each
allied
time.
together this entire
But no
time.
matter who voted, everyone chose ally. And now all of us have enough to leave.
I mean, we left Dio tied to the radiator, but
Yeah. Yeah, we knew better.
We're leaving Dio here, right? Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised you asked.
because Dio's unconscious, that's how they cooperate for long enough to get you guys to 9 BP.
See, what we've decided to do is take the 4 bombs, place them around him, and then hit the button as we're leaving again. That sounds like a bad idea, but I like it. Or perhaps everyone realized that since we had as many times as we wanted, we could all have 9, and no one was a murderous dickbag.
Could have all had 9 without having as many times as you wanted.
But yeah, no, we had a murderous dickbag among us.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices.
Well, yeah, Dio was trying to make the project fail
for the
by
sake of the project.
something. Usually just blowing it up.
Let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Certainly not being a pawn in the convoluted game in order to introduce danger to us, etc., etc., etc.
Oh, did you think I was kidding? No, they were straight up like, no,
Yeah.
fuck it, we're leaving this asshole behind.
Yeah.
Besides, where's he going? Nowhere.
Hey, he's got like a full, 2.5 feet of range on that handcuff.
All right. Let's
He
get
might
going.
hypothetically be able to break the pipe on the sink, but even
He's
then,
not leaving the facility once we've gone through the number 9 door.
no.
Yes, just get on with it.
Yes, get on with it.
Get on with it!
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds. Two, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Looks like we did it.
Yes. We should keep moving.
You know what this place is?
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
That's fine. You already have it as well.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's only 3 people here who aren't screwed by the virus.
Yep.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they...
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
I like how no one's tried to get him out of the suit, despite the fact that theoretically the key has been found. Or at least they know where to get it, maybe?
On this timeline.
Huh.
They know where to get it because by virtue of having all the memories, but you have to remember there's that one split room where...
Yeah.
So until they have like the whole facility unlocked, they can't really do anything with that.
Beyond that, another one. Beyond that, another one. There were a lot of decompression. It was weird.
But by the end, we were decompressed.
Why is the Earth red?
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
Oh, right.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was going to be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
Yeah, a week.
I think so.
Sure, go with a week.
Yeah. Certainly not way, way longer.
Moon, which we were standing on. I mean, the one in the sky.
Oh no.
Bum bum.
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually. Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow. Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon covering the sun.
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. No way. No, you've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
It dropped like a stone.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way. You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but...
That's right, you fucking toaster.
Damn dirty synth.
I realized something was weird when I looked over at Luna and noticed that she wasn't actually in a suit and just standing in the something should have told me there was something weird going on there earlier.
Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Everyone else has been affected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6,
The entire time.
close to 0.408.
Oh, god damn
Our
it.
brains are running at something slightly less than half speed.
Means that rock fell in normal time. It just looks like it fell slower. It just looks like it fell faster because we didn't process it as quickly.
To fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense?
No.
So, now we've established that on the moon,
Stop talking.
I mean, that part, yeah, does make sense.
It does make sense.
What she's saying there isn't dumb. What's about to be said will be.
5 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Well, you guys.
Wait, you're saying
It's been kind of funny to watch.
We didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back.
It's never 100%
Some
clarified,
people
but
know some different gravity, Clover.
I think the implication is that they also slowed down Luna's processing speed
Kind of like my body.
in order to make her match up, so she didn't have to like consciously try to like talk
Floating.
slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that?
Bullshit.
She's the only one with this ability, apparently.
Sure is a good thing
This
that
is crazy.
even though they were processing slower, like
That can't
you
possibly
know,
be
they're
Earth out there.
didn't have
Look
like
at it.
actual
I've seen
physical
photos
response
of
to
Earth,
lower
but it's
gravity. It's not
blue
like
and green
you
and
know
beautiful.
astronauts have to spend
thing is just
literally hundreds of
red.
hours in training to not accidentally launch themselves feet in the air every time they take a step on the moon.
Probably tell you
Yep.
something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today is January 27th. No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Then just what year is this?
It's 74.
What year is this?
2074.
3 years till Cyberpunk comes out in a playable state.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me. What is the truth?
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard.
Now, the problem is they need to ratchet up Cyberpunk to an even higher frame rate now, because you're only perceiving things in altered time.
Oh my god, you're right.
We've known that there'd be one on the 27th.
Even then, it still won't be in a playable state. Damn
It's just
you!
science. Nobody can change that.
It's just science.
Why is the Earth red?
Yep. So this game has been set in 2074 the entire time.
About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18
We decided to dye all the air red as a joke.
parts of the world.
Well, annihilation
The
reactors.
13th,
Hmm.
all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
The Earth barely cared.
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world.
It was wearing a domino
Like Luna
mask,
explained,
twirling a
the
mustache.
virus slows your brain down. But eventually,
On the next, Osmosis
it
Jones.
also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison or fire,
Ah, the class.
asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that.
Yeah, so Junpei's been through some shit.
After a while,
Yeah.
managed to avoid getting infected, started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I'd bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan. Even if it
Yeah,
wasn't
so,
directly
to address something that came up a few times earlier, yeah, Radical 6 was not the direct cause of death for, like, the 6 billion figure that was quoted previously.
It happened.
Oh boy.
You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sun sets red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
Horrible virus ravaging humanity. What's our solution? Fuck up the Earth. Yeah, sounds about accurate.
I guess that's humanity for you.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out. I figured out why there's an extra E. Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A. God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time. See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
Either that or they could have written the man on the moon rules the infinite Tim.
True.
I think it's a message for us from Zero.
Infinite Tim.
Remember what she was telling us?
This is like an adventure hero.
The AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Vaughn.
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying
We're all slow. We're thinking at 1/6 time.
Exactly.
they weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wayback Machine. Mr. Peabody, where?
Yeah, I'd bet on it. I think so.
So, since we're in suits, we're all talking over the radio and everyone else can hear us, right?
No, this specifically noted that she said it a whisper.
Okay.
Like when she started this conversation,
Well,
specifically said that
Akane
like
should be able to tell us the
Sigma
rest.
saw a little
Let's
thing
go
pop
pay
up in
her
the
a
corner
visit.
of his screen that said "whisper."
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Except that the number 9 door closed?
What are you doing? Did you forget something? Who? You mean Akane? I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too then. So am I. Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're not... You're serious? What the hell is going on?
Clover will eventually be caught up with everyone else.
Maybe. Try and go back if you can.
But it's funny to just leave her out. Although we probably shouldn't do that too long. She might find a fire axe.
Oh, that girl and her fire axes.
Thank you, Wormmon?
Several characters, actually.
Take a pick.
I was mainly going for the grandma from the old Dr. Tran videos.
Ah,
Negan does like his toy store.
The store.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah, thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
So there's your answer about how they get back in.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Never said anything about the door in Warehouse B.
I'm hoping this opens an actual fucking door.
What a fool you are.
No, it's just gonna burst out from under the ground covered in dirt and clumps of grass. About time you guys got here. I was holding my breath for 3 days.
You couldn't make a secret room for you to hide in?
That probably would have been better.
Is Akane really under here? What should we do? Are we gonna dig
Listen,
her out?
I think this entire situation has made it abundantly clear planning is not my strong suit. 8 out of 9 times I ended up stabbed in the heart by the idiot in the ringmaster costume.
Right, I had this key on me the whole time that I forgot about.
What is this?
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod. Oh my
For
god.
those who can read.
It is, isn't it?
Okay, this is a slightly better plan than burying herself alive, but only by
Let's see what's
a hair.
inside.
Oh, you think Akane's in there?
That's foolish.
Hmm.
No good. I think it's locked.
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once
guessing it's another
stage
Sigma.
2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
What? So, Ms. Akane's like an ice cube? Then we gotta wait till she melts?
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered
What do you remember?
everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome.
No, it's not.
Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past. Yes.
So you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly. It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
Let me begin at the beginning.
That's a good place to start.
You might be thinking that
Please,
Zero
nobody
Senior
else
and
fucking
Akane were
has.
the ones who created all this. But that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories.
Which means if we were wrong,
Purpose.
well, fuck.
Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle
Well, if we're
strengthens your
wrong,
connection to the
just only
fourth dimension.
more people die.
That was the
Who
reason
gives a
for the
fuck at that
puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
No.
Wait.
Don't you start that
Hold on
again!
just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
Collateral damage.
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories.
Oh, god damn it, not again.
Although I
Yep.
suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense,
Predetermination.
That makes.
our primary goal
Yeah.
is to replicate history. The rest
That's what the
is
first game was based on.
Yes. I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand.
Oh, God.
First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about
This is gonna be the longest 10 minutes ever, isn't it?
Your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
You're being optimistic. It's 10 minutes.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's...
Oh, you mean for the defrost? Yeah, no,
In
pretty
a
much.
history,
Oh, yeah.
you were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out. And when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left,
The one where
his trusted
everyone's
lieutenant,
dead.
to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane.
So they're a dumb, evil organization.
Is there any other kind?
The AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy
Blow it all up.
Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
No.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed? Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2. Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior.
You
and
were
Akane.
brought to Rhizome 9.
Hey,
I was
I've been
born in
wondering,
it.
who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Talked about termites.
I think he works for Terminix.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Nope. Keep it locked. Fuck this person. I'm done. I'm out. I don't care anymore.
Why would it do something like that?
I mean, it's not like we have anything better to do. Do you want to go out and play on the surface of the moon or something?
Sounds like fun.
Okay.
I mean, there are other
Let's get
Rhizomes
started
we
then.
could go to.
Ready?
Yeah, we're gonna have super jump powers. So if any other people are there who aren't infected, we're gonna be shit.
All right.
The side
Here we
effects will
go.
eventually wear off.
3.
Yeah.
Only for the
2,
people who were given
1.
the Accelavir.
That's why we kind of have to continue with this.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 of the 8 living people here.
Why would you want to leave your good friend Sigma Quinn inside there?
Exactly.
Except it's not Sigma Clim inside there.
Nope.
Not at all.
No.
Clearly that is Alpha Clem.
Nope.
You're Sigma Clem. This is Kappa Clem right there.
He does have a name, but it's not Kappa.
Yeah.
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Yes, I am.
You're old man Jenkins.
Yeah, old woman Kurashiki, close enough.
Yeah.
Akane Kurashiki.
It's
Ha
you! June! I mean, Akane, from... But you're old.
Yes,
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
correct.
it's been like
Yeah.
45
I haven't
years.
spoken to you in a
Been over
very long time, Clover.
It's been a lot
Or
longer
you,
than 45
Junpei.
years for Akane.
Junpei?
Akane. Long time no see.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Whee!
Once you saved me, you went back to your future.
Oh!
Well, your minds did, at least. I
Right in the back of the
carried your
head.
bodies to the third AB room.
How much
and
you want to
then
bet that is
took
currently her most
Dio's
cherished
to the
memory?
Yeah.
After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Not this timeline.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your
Nothing like
actions
Schrodinger's cat.
decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
No.
And that's when we sprayed Akane with a
Alright,
spray
what about the
bottle.
other history?
No.
The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
You don't worry about those
That's
ones. They're not
quite
important to
simple.
this story.
The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
I believe the dosage guide said,
So,
fucking
who
murder
is
an
he?
elephant.
You've never seen him before.
He's a bit sturdier than an
No.
elephant.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
You guys ready for the dumb reveal?
Insanely dumb reveal. The dumbest of dumb reveals.
The mega dumb reveal.
Are you all right, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Have we never seen a mirror in this game?
Nope.
No, we haven't. That's a point. All the mirrors have been frosted over or otherwise
Your
marred so that we
consciousness
can't
can
see a
jump
reflection.
through time. You can inhabit your
And we didn't look
body
in the water
past
apparently in here.
or in the future.
Yes, apparently we also just never looked in the water here.
Oh,
you get it?
we're old.
You've jumped to the future from 45 years ago.
We're Sigma from back in like 2028.
It's even more.
I mean, no, we
What
are.
the
We
fuck is
we,
that?
we are Sigma
yes.
from 2028.
Our-
in
our
the body
mind
of
is
Sigma,
Sigma
from
from
2074.
Yes. There's just an even dumber part of this reveal.
Oh, and I get it. I know who we're gonna see.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Are we about to tell ourselves about termites?
Hi, gang. We've been Zero Senior the entire time.
Of course we have.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. 0. The mastermind of the AB project is you.
When do I develop an obsession with termites?
Alright, I've got another question.
No.
Okay.
It's
I'm
the truth.
me from, the
Fighting
present
it isn't
where we
going
are
to
now,
do any
physically.
good.
How is there also
Please,
me cryo-frozen from 45 years ago?
Oh, that's not Sigma.
Pioneer
Yeah, that's not
in the
Sigma.
field of
Oh, that's
genetic
Sigma's son?
engineering.
Yeah.
That's Kyle.
Oh.
Well,
No, I'm not.
or Clem.
You
It's
created him.
Climb,
Well,
technically,
I
but
suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Oh, he's a clone.
yeah,
His
basically.
name
Yeah.
is Kyle Climb, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well,
And then put
There's
him in
like
the stupid
one
suit.
little
That's
offhand
still
comment
the
about you
future.
not being what you actually think you look like, because
When
Dio at
I
one point
said
calls you
I
old man.
was born and
Oh, a bunch of
raised
characters
here,
through the whole
I was
game.
still
call you
pretending to be
Yeah.
Like
him.
by concept
Yeah.
at first, you
The
was
gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done,
Also, there was a
reduced
particular
gravity
ending
would
that we got
cause his
to
bones to be weaker
where,
than normal human ones.
where Tenmyoji
But
saw the
you
hologram
prepared for
that did the termite thing
You gave
and
him that
put
arm.
2 and 2 together, and
Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it.
and that's why he didn't trust you. It's why he bugged out with Quark in one of the endings.
Yeah, in one of the endings, he does explicitly say, "I know who Zero Senior is."
He's
In fact,
been
I know him
wearing
very
it
well.
every day, all his life.
We'll talk a little bit more about that when we're going through the Uchikoji answers during the credits, because he actually talks even
He
more
was
about
to
that.
be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
That's kind of macabre and fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mentioned before that the AB project's A
I mean, given
and
the entire
B stood
experimentation
for
thing they've been
after
doing, it's not like it's
and
really
before.
just a drop in the bucket.
That isn't
Yeah.
all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body.
Sure,
Anima
why not? Let's
is
keep up
another
more
word
A
for
and
the
B
soul,
words.
or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness
There's a tin?
will go into the future body.
Yeah, she just came out
And
of
the
it.
future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
So we don't gotta do crap. Got it.
Sigma,
Oh no, we still have a lot of work to
Do you
do.
remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker.
Yeah, this, by the
In
way,
this
is also the
case,
explanation
however,
why the 3D
the
model
lower
of Sigma
gravity
Climb
balanced
is, in
that
fact,
out.
not buff as shit.
Moving on. If you
Because
continue
the body has
along
been
this
Old Man
line,
Sigma the whole time.
what happens next?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you,
Dang,
it
you fuckers
only
must be
seemed like
fucking
14
starving.
hours and 40 minutes.
Uh,
That's the important part. After this, your consciousness will return.
I don't think we found a
to
kit
the past.
or anything, so yeah, it is a bit weird.
It will re-emerge.
No, they
at
found one place
point
with food, and if I
D.
remember correctly,
April
what's her face
13th,
like ate a piece of everything.
2029.
Mm.
You will return to your younger
Yeah, no
body.
one's complaining about getting hungry. No one's gotten tired.
Yeah.
No one's gone to the bathroom.
Yes,
Or we can just assume all this happened off camera.
that is
Well,
why
the
I
bathroom's
said
happened in
it
the corner.
would be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma? Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body? Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
He will use 1 hour of that time in order to save the world, and the other two, over 2 or nearly 3 days, basically womanizing.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say he's gonna
When
be
that
chasing a lot of
happens,
women.
the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at sea. Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look
I
at
just
this
did.
illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path, with one exception. Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse. Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago. Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point.
Y'all followed that, right?
We might save humankind from destruction.
Dude, I've heard this explanation 4 times, and I still can't follow the entire thing.
45 years.
I feel like I get to a certain point, and then my mind just starts playing that joke from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Maybe time's just a construct of human perception, an illusion that...
Well, you see, in order to have everything happen exactly perfectly, they had to set up everything that happened as Akane saw it in the past, because that's how Akane works.
Yes, that's right.
Including all the parts that are dumb or make no sense.
There is an explanation from Uchikoshi in the question and answers, but it only makes things more complicated.
Very
Of course.
soon. Yes.
How soon?
Now.
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the 4th dimension.
What?
Fortunately,
Keep
we
saying
now
that.
have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
Stop saying that!
That's not true. We have to do one more thing. And go find Dio's unconscious body and kick it in the junk a few
Balance
times.
between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain. You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Remember when I took this knife earlier?
Yep, she's gonna go kill you. Oh no, fuck! Oh well.
This plan is dumb. Do-do-do-do.
And thus we reach the end, the true ending of Virtue's Last Reward. So, while these credits roll here, we'll go over some of the Uchikoshi question and answer session. So first off, somebody had submitted a question about what was the basis for the design of Zero the Third. And while Dr. Klein is the one who actually built Zero the Third, he was actually based off of the rabbits from Akane's childhood. If you remember, there was a whole traumatic event where some of the other kids basically were jerks and let the rabbits get killed because they weren't taking care of them properly. And this fucked up Akane, and that's when Junpei got the shit kicked out of him for standing up for her. So that's why Zero the Third is a rabbit. So, the time travel question. Somebody brings up that in 999, Akane disappears when you don't reach the true ending, implying that changing the past affects the present, or the future. However, in VLR, it's basically said that, you have to follow this whole path. We can't just change the event to have the future happen. Isn't this a contradiction? Uchikoshi says, even if you had changed the past and prevent Radical 6 from spreading, the setting is made so that there will be no changes made to the VLR history. Let's say VLR's history does get destroyed, then Sigma's old consciousness won't be able to return to 2028, and as a result, he won't be able to stop the Radical 6 outbreak. So the entire timeline had to happen in order to have the ability to stop the timeline from happening, but the timeline still has to happen.
No.
No, that's not how that works. It's called a paradox, and that's yeah.
So what you're saying along those lines is that's completely pointless.
It creates a Mobius strip.
So one of the other questions specifically asks about what happens during the ending where we wake up and we wake up with Sigma alone in the infirmary with his hand having been removed. Uchikoji outright confirms everyone else stole Sigma's bracelet, opened the white door, played through the AB game a few times, and all of them left with BP9.
Absolute dick move.
Somebody asked, if you were trapped in a room and needed to escape, which character from BLR would you want with you to help? And Uchikoji's response was anyone but Dio.
Appropriate.
It is technically, specifically in the Q&A, where he clarifies that Junpei's full name is Junpei Tenmyoji, which is why he's called Tenmyoji in this game. Before we get started here, I'm just going to run through the questions real quick and see if there was anything else really interesting from them. Somebody was basically asking if Quark has any real connections to anybody other than, being like Junpei's adopted grandson, and he's just like, nothing particularly planned, although I guess it would be interesting if he was like the grandson of somebody from 3-9. So there's an explanation, not from Uchikochi, but rather from Ben Bateman, who was the localization editor for the US and European versions of this game, asking about the Clay Dolls to Myrmidons change. Now, the reason that the organization was called Clay Dolls was also to have a tie to Cradle, or Cradle Pharmaceuticals, which was the company that Hongo ran that, had the whole stuff in 3.9. And the question was, it kind of loses that association when you switch it to Myrmidons. So the explanation that Ben Bateman gave is basically Clay Dolls just sort of sounds kind of weird in English. Like it's nothing you would ever really hear about or think of in a sense. And in Japan, the word doll, or ningyo, which is the word they use for doll, is actually used as a metaphorical way to refer to somebody who's being manipulated or controlled by someone else, but that's not typically a meaning strongly associated with the word in English. It does use that way sometimes, but it's not like an immediate association you would make with that term.
Yeah.
So they basically made the decision, while they unfortunately lost the association to Cradle Pharmaceuticals, they went with something that sort of sounded better and more accurately communicated. The reason they chose Myrmidon specifically is, one, it sounds cool. Yeah. And two, it refers to a group of people in Greek history who were famous for being excellent warriors and having extreme loyalty, which is what the organization is for Free the Soul.
I don't know if I would call Dio a warrior, but sure.
He had a knife.
He did have extreme loyalty. I'll give him that.
Yeah. So there's a question about whether or not all ESPers have the ability to jump if under the right circumstances. It is said that only some ESPers can jump, and it's just the way some of them were born with these special powers. He says it's the same as, why can Usain Bolt run 100 meters in 9.58 seconds? Of course, it is a result of him undergoing intense training, but it doesn't mean if everyone trains the same way that Usain Bolt did, they could run 100 meters in 9.58 seconds.
Fair.
He does clarify that Akane Kurashiki was the one who was actually inside the Zero outfit that kidnapped Sigma in 2028. And this is where we actually first got the note that her organization was called Crash Keys. This is something that comes up again in ZTD more. Here he also clarifies that, so they were having this weird slowed down perception of time, and all the bombs that Dio had were set to go off in 30 minutes. So how was it they were able to have 30 minutes in their perception of time without the bombs going off way early and killing all of them? And the explanation is that Akane actually changed the bomb timers to, even though they only really were like, quote-unquote, set for 30 minutes, they actually were set for the longer time that they would perceive 30 minutes as.
Mm.
What was Kyle's favorite pastime when he was a kid? The answer is Angry Birds.
Do you have any questions pertaining to Phi?
There is 2 primary questions pertaining to Phi. One of them, is it possible for there to be a romantic setup between Phi and Sigma? To which Ichikoshi at this time responded, not really. There's a reason for that. Like, you'll find out more about that in the 3rd game. And that is one of the ones where you'll find out more about that in the 3rd game does actually get answered. Then the other one, wherein somebody just straight out asked, could you give us hints about Phi? And his only response was to respond with the Greek letter Phi. This is one where, because there are a few questions that got brought up about like 999 characters, because it was kind of a general Q&A session with him, wherein somebody asked, do Clover and Light have an official last name? And this is where he actually said, I didn't really have one for them. How about their last name being Field? So this is why it is Clover Field and Light Field are officially their names, is because that's what Uchikoshi said in the Q&A session. I'm skipping past a few of these questions because they are things that actually either come up or are plot points in ZTD, so I'm not going to talk about them too much. There's a question about the director's office. There's that facial recognition device that's important to solving the puzzle in the room. So on the Tenmyoji route, Tenmyoji uses the picture he has of Akane to activate it. On the Phi route, Clover, Luna, and Alice would be the ones that go into the director's office, and on the Luna route, Kay and Dio go in along with Alice's bracelet. So obviously in the Phi route, any one of them could have used the facial recognition because it was looking for a female face. But the question is, how did Kay and Dio get through it? And Uchikoshi basically says it shouldn't be an issue at all in the Phi route because they're all women, so whatever. In the Lunar route, maybe Dio's face was misinterpreted as female, or Zero Jr. may have just changed the settings when they went in there to make it still possible to solve the puzzle.
I like the second or I think the second answer is more plausible. I like the first better. Because fuck you.
Somebody does ask, so Tenmyoji had seen what the effects of Radical 6 were before going to Rhizome 9, since he lived through the whole thing. Why, when Quark started showing, the signs of being affected by Radical 6, didn't Tenmyoji realize that was what was going on until Luna scanned him and said it? And basically Ichikoshi's response is like, so because all of the stuff that happened, so the Radical 6 deaths, then combined with the humongous, mass extinction event, basically, that happened with the reactors going up and the vast majority of humanity dying out, Radical 6 kind of went away, essentially, because there just weren't enough humans around anymore for it to have a decent spread vector. Then Tenmyoji lived for another 45 years after that, just kind of living life, dealing with the aftermath. So when it presented with Quark, it never would have even occurred to him that Quark had Radical 6, because Radical 6, it's the same way that if we saw somebody
for 45 years.
Yeah, it's the same way now. If we saw somebody presenting the signs of polio, we would never think like, oh, they have polio. Like, it's just not even a thing that we think about in this time. Somebody asked, is there a reason that Phi resembles Aoi? And Uchikoshi's response is, it's a character designer, man. Like, they were designed by the same person. Sometimes they have similar looks. Like, so here's the one about Tenmyoji mentions knowing who Zero Senior is in the Tenmyoji ending. Did he see the hologram of Sigma? If so, why did he not expose him then and there? If not, who did he think Zero was? And Uchikoji just says, yeah, he saw him when Tenmyoji and Quark returned to the director's office to get the picture. He sees the hologram. He realizes 0 equals Dr. Klim equals Sigma. Maybe he didn't tell the others because he could have potentially assumed that the others were in on it as well. I assume he told Clover the truth after they escaped, since she escaped with Tenmyoji, and the reason why he said I know 0 very well is because he realized that Sigma, who was present, was 0. And then there's some more sort of spoiler stuff. There's a question about, so at the very beginning, Sigma says there's 3 reasons he had to be at school at 2 a.m. on Christmas. The first was his home computer had stopped working. The second was that his Buddhist professor that he was doing the work for said didn't matter that it was Christmas, he still had to work. And the third was that his girlfriend had broken up with him via an email a week before. The question is, were these events specifically purposefully engineered to have him be there? And it was absolutely all engineered by Akane and her organization Crash Keys. There's a question clarifying the whole thing about Luna's Golem ID, which is GTF, which stands for Golem Type Female, DM, which stands for Diana Model, which is a thing that'll come up later on. The L does stand for Luna, and then 016 is the designator number. There's a question about in the Dio ending where Dio says that he's going to take Sigma and Phi to another shelter. The one they were going to is called Rhizome X. It's just another one of the Rhizome shelters. Where did Dio keep the bombs before he set them, and in the timelines where he didn't set them? Did he always keep the detonator with him when the bombs weren't set? Sigma doesn't find it when he searches Dio's pockets for the neostigmine gun in the K ending. The answer is that he had the bombs hidden on his back, and the detonator was inside his hat.
Think about the fact that he would have had all 4 of those bombs on his back underneath that coat.
The entire time.
The entire time, until he got a chance to plant them.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's a question, if you remember back during the K ending, there was a talk about, when he was talking to his father and, asking about having a mother. There was a robot that showed up suddenly and was very nice to him and all that. The question is, was Luna that robot? The answer is yes. However, she wasn't actually created because of K asking for a mother. It's just the way that he interpreted her suddenly kind of showing up at that time. She was created for an entirely different purpose. So in 999, Akane flirted with Junpei quite a bit in the puzzle rooms. While she was wearing K's armor, did she take the opportunity to tease Tenmyoji a little, even though he didn't know who she was? The response was, if that was the case, then that would have been pretty cute, right? So at one point, Alice tells Tenmyoji about another man she met who believed she was the Ice 9 Mummy of Legend. Was that the man a younger Junpei or Seven or someone else? And it's yes, she was actually just referring to Junpei when he was younger because she didn't know that it was the same person. Yeah, those are the only ones that are really of any interest or relevance. A lot of the others are just kind of general, what happened to this character, what happened to that character, and like I said, about half of those are answered with, oh, you'll find out in the 3rd game, and then we never find out in the 3rd game.
Yep.
So now we're in 2029.
Yep.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Careful what you wish for.
Not to diminish what just happened, but I am impressed that she managed to hit the transmitter controls with that same bullet.
She's crazy from Rhizome 6, but she was really, thinking about how to do this whole shooting herself plan.
It looks like the first step was successful. Killed? Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you
Hasn't
with the
even
butt of the
happened
knife.
yet.
You're fine. Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way. Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right? Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
So, this is a way of them just giving us more of the timeline story and how everything supposedly happened,
We
in
put
order to
her
make
into
sure
cold
everything,
sleep
that
2
make sure
days ago.
nothing happened.
She appeared at our headquarters
I
and
assume.
volunteered to be frozen.
I think this
That
story is
wasn't the Phi
technically
who jumped from
non-canon.
point C,
No,
though.
no, this is not that part.
It was Phi before
Oh, this is
she
that
jumped
part,
from
okay.
point
No,
A
this is all
to
canon.
point D. In other words, she
Yeah.
was following the same path you are.
Oh
And
my
she
god,
still
they are
is.
dragging this out.
They don't have the whole story told, so it does make some sense.
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
In all ice.
Phi's the mummy.
Oh my god.
Correct.
Is there ever an explanation as to why Alice is wearing what she's wearing?
No, she
We
just
can't
dresses
do
like
that.
that.
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project.
It's akin to Lotus,
Arriving
really.
at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines.
Oh, is that all?
Otherwise,
Yeah.
you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person
Somehow
who
that
summons
last part seems like
Tennoji
the
and
simple
Quark.
part.
That's actually quite simple.
Once you've completed all the preparations, then the
You need to
project
color some
can
doors
actually
and make some
begin.
bracelets with changing numbers on them.
January 25th,
It'll be your toughest task.
2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028. You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only
Yes.
you and Phi can save them. I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll
Literally.
need your help.
Don't you get it? I'm not a person. I'm a plot device.
Plot device, Mr. Frodo. Plot device.
What do you mean?
No, her powers work on predetermination, so she can't actually change anything. Otherwise, she fades out of existence.
I mean, according to Ujikoshi, the
Whoa.
entire timeline works on predestination, so...
Granted.
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site. I don't know. I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped.
We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
That was my question.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across
There
parallel
will
worlds.
be some
need you
level
to
of
figure out
answers
what
to that
happened in
question
that
in
test
Zero Time
facility.
Dilemma. They're not good answers.
Things will be difficult.
Does the virus
And I'm
somehow
sure you
latch
will
onto
find
the
yourself
mind
in a
that
great
travels
deal of
through time or
danger.
some bullshit
No.
like that?
But
No.
I
No.
believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle. The 67-year-old
Again, I
version
feel like a
of me
lot of
told
the
me what
problem
happened.
was, I think at the time they were
He
writing a
wasn't
lot
able
of
to
this stuff
stop
in
the
VLR.
virus.
Uchikoshi
So I
had a very
suppose you
distinct
could say
idea
you
of
told
what was
me
going to be in
after you
ZTD,
failed.
and then by the time ZTD was finished, that story had changed a lot and made it not
But the
really
test facility is full of
work
traps.
correctly with
There
things
was one
previously
point
established.
A woman's life was
But
in
we will
danger.
get there when we get there.
You risked yourself for her sake and lost your arms and your right eye.
Oh!
So there's an explanation, by the way, of where the cybernetic arms and eye came from.
Go have a look.
And why he wouldn't notice them immediately or over time or etc.
Yeah.
Well, if you're close enough to see that, you're pretty fucked.
And now he's blind in the other eye.
Yeah.
So that is End or Beginning, which is supposed to be sort of the lead into Zero Time Dilemma, except again, by the time Zero Time Dilemma actually came to be, none of that was really terribly relevant anymore.
Huh.
So that's all up there. Now, see all the way down here. So this is the section that is non-canonical. This is what we get for actually unlocking all of the golden files. Wherein we wake up in the infirmary on Rhizome 9. However, before we get too deep into this, we're actually going to go through these gold files. Now, we're going to go through most of these pretty quickly. Most of them aren't terribly significant. They're just kind of little jokey information stuff. So this one's just talking about the AB rooms. Each one is identical to any other. So AB gate, just that's what the door is called. Bracelet. So we first notes on the bracelet. It's attached to the left wrist. Prisoner breaks the rules, fails to fulfill certain conditions. Set of 4 needles will inject them 2 chemicals. Only 2 ways it comes off is the person completes the game and escapes, or the heart of the person wearing it stops beating. AI. AI is short for artificial insemination, which is a process by which eggs are fertilized without the use of male organ. It is commonly used for breeding dairy cattle and pigs, which has also been... Oh, I'm being told that in this case, AI stands for artificial intelligence, which is another thing entirely. Here's a list of some of the words 0 to the 3rd uses. Have a nice trick, have a nice trap, have a nice trader. Quantum computer. A device built by Tom Kwan, a Boise, Idaho commuter. It's actually a lie. A quantum computer is a highly advanced machine that uses quantum phenomena such as superposition and entanglement to perform calculations. Let's say, for example, that you want to determine the prime factors of 5183. A Van Neumann-style computer would say, can I divide it by 2, 3, 5, and just run through numbers like that until I got the answer. Mr. Kwan, on the other hand, the computer, not the imaginary commuter, would just look at 5183 and say, obviously it's 71 times 73. A traditional computer with n bits can only be in one of 2 to the n states at once, but a quantum computer with n qubits can be in up to 2 to the n states simultaneously. This means a quantum computer can complete calculations that are currently impossible. Here's Floor 8 Graffiti, which is 2 Milkmen Go Comedy. Explanation of the nonary game.
Yep.
Rules of the nonary game, which we already know. Supplementary rules, just the stuff like once you open a door, you can go through it as much as you want. Chromatic doors too, etc., etc. Pair solo is just that some bracelets are pairs, some say solo. BP is just an explanation of bracelet points. The number 9 door.
Yep.
This is an interesting note where the 9 seconds is fully open for 9 seconds. It does not take into account the time for opening and closing.
Okay.
Total lunar eclipse, just explaining what a total lunar eclipse is, and also that there's a the event it refers to on New Year's Eve in 2028 is actually when a total lunar eclipse will take place, only in the Eastern Hemisphere. Soparel Beta. They're just saying this is, a thing. Tubicura ring. This is a real drug. It's a component of some of the poisons used by indigenous populations of South America who tip their arrows with poison while hunting. If you've ever heard of curare or curare, that's what Tubicura ring is. ADAM, an acronym for Automated Diagnosis and Analysis Machine. This is just talking about the sort of scanner. A newspaper excerpt. This is just the Radical 6 newspaper excerpt. Pandemic. Just explaining what a pandemic is, essentially. Radical 6. Here's a little cheeky thing. If you want to know what Radical and 6 mean, you'll just have to play the game and find out. Injection gun. Here's a decent shot of the actual injection gun you see. Primary chromatic door is a chromatic door that's, open at a specified time. Secondary chromatic doors have to have the correct mixture. EU is erotic units. EU is a system developed to measure a combination of physical, emotional, and situational attractiveness. It ranges from 0 to 20, where 20 might be Marilyn Monroe, and 0 might be Gilbert Gottfried. For the curious, Danny Trejo rates 16 EU.
Inner goddess!
Just being sexy does not guarantee a high EU rating. Not to be confused with competing systems of hotness or sexability, the EU system weighs a number of factors, such as practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, and the bias of the observer. Women with a high EU rating have usually mastered the art of the tease. Grandpa Videos, a collection of films that Tenmyoji has gathered. Their content isn't really explicit per se, but they still aren't really appropriate for someone Quark's age. It should be noted that the term does not imply the videos contain grandpas or grandpa-like actors. Sigma's Cat Problem Part 1. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic, which makes him cause him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He'd always loved cats, so every day he would visit the Cat Mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day, he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him it had given him this gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But, the magical cat said, "You can never tell anyone about your gift," the magical black cat warned. "If you do, you'll be cursed." But young Sigma was so happy about his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it, so the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterward, felt the curse was a little too harsh and lessened it, so that he would only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats, and they lived happily ever after.
Wow!
So this just talks about phones. This is where you can get, 5309 and 6969, back when we were doing the phone thing and there were some joke numbers you could put in. This gives you a couple of them to try. Golem, this talks about the actual, folklorish golem. Then Golem. This was the one that explained CTM CMG OLM stands for Golem Type Male Cockney Model Number GOLM. The Chinese Room. This just explains more about the Chinese Room philosophical experiment. Turing Test. Explains about it. More supplementary AB rules. This is the one about not voting. A Golem, which stands for General Purpose Autonomous Labor Electronic Machine. And ABTs, short for artificial biological tissue. It's all kind of we got. Here is just a very quick breakdown of the point of that whole story that the Cockney Golem told us. It's just that the self clearly resided in the mainframe, operated the body remotely. Since the self-aware robot could exist this way, he theorized, what would prevent humans from doing the same? If humans are actually being controlled by an outside force, then is there actually any such thing as free will? So these are just, this is the notes about the examination of the wound. Just explains what a coroner is. Explains what an autopsy is, noting it is also super gross. This explains about luminol, gives the chemical formula for it. Keep this in mind the next time you're contemplating how to deal with the neighbors listening to death metal at 3 in the morning. Here's an explanation about Kay's bracelet. Specifically, it appears to be attached to his suit. Although the design is slightly different, it is not a part of his suit. The bracelet is attached directly to his wrist, with the face looking out through a hole in his armor. Just like the other bracelets, it will only come off when he escapes or when his heart stops beating. Here's some stuff about generalized amnesia. Kay suggests that an extremely painful breakup might have been the cause of his condition, but generalized amnesia usually requires a much more powerful trigger than breaking up with someone. In fact, a painful breakup often has the opposite effect. You want desperately to forget, but find that to be impossible, which leads to all sort of other mental disorders. Or so the person sitting behind me says. Here's just a list of some cooked foods. Here's more have a nices, have a nice trauma, have a nice trace, have a nice trumpet. Here's the thing about Free the Soul. Originally it called itself Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped of Y to simply become Free the Soul. Founded by a man named Brother. Nobody knows who he is. Here's about the Myrmidons, which is the militant arm of Free the Soul. Here's the thing about Brother. As a child, he had a younger brother who he was fond of. Unfortunately, the worst happened. The younger brother was murdered. Rage and despair filled Brother. For 9 days and 9 nights, he was consumed by his own misery. The morning of the 10th day, however, he had a revelation. Mankind was rife with base desires, needed to be purified. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. More stuff about the bracelets. Here's some information that isn't revealed in the game. The bracelet put on the left wrist of the 9 participants in the Amdex game has an important feature that's never mentioned. As soon as it's put on, a needle on the underside activates and inserts itself in the wearer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it injects a drug, only that it activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something on the needle, maybe there isn't. All that's certain is that when someone puts on a bracelet, they get poked.
Is that how everyone's infected with Radical 6?
Yeah, maybe. All that's certain is that they get poked. So this is just about the AB game. More stuff about the AB game, just kind of the rules and how the points work. Penalty. Get injected with Soper LB and then tubicurine. Voting machine. Use the touch panel is not to be mistaken for an ATM. Hazmat suit. Just explains about the hazmat suits we found in the PEC.
Yep.
Scotch, a type of whiskey made in Scotland. Its unique aroma comes from the peat used in its manufacture. Scotch is Tenmyoji's favorite drink. He often claims a little scotch could scratch the itch after returning from work, which annoys Quark. Root beer float, a well-known drink made by putting a scoop of vanilla ice cream in some root beer, also known as a black cow. Quark is taken to saying, "Root beer floats my boat," which warms Tenmyoji's heart. Floor A and B. Floor A stands for above and B stands for below. There's a rumor that the floors were actually named after a particular Swedish pop rock group from the 70s, but everyone involved in this project has insisted that is a vile and hurtful lie. These are just the notes about Radical 6, where, you know, reduces perception of time and so on and so forth.
Behold, more math than we actually need to explain this concept in the first fucking place.
Yeah. Jumpy doll. The secret of Quark's hat. Don't you think his hat looks kind of weird? There's that huge band that just wraps around his head. Is he hiding a pair of Ferengi ears? Or maybe he's just a young Glowbot. Well, this is just between you and me, but he's got missiles in there. The sides of the hat are hiding those pods, like you see on helicopters or SAM sites. Except these missiles are tiny. And when he gets in trouble, both sides of his hat open up and they just fly out all at once like pshh. Just kidding. Actually, he just keeps snacks in there. Here's Celevier. The only known way to fight off Radical 6. Treatment pods. You know, they use CAS. Cold Sleep. Talks about the 2 different types. CAS, which stands for Cells Alive System, it's one of the types of freezing. It is a theoretical possibility for human suspended animation. Information about the past 2 Nonary games. Esper Resonance, which is just the whole concept that when you gather Espers together, they kind of create a field that boosts everybody's powers up.
The morphogenetic field.
That's why they wanted as many Espers as they could get.
Yep. Here's the list of participants in the previous Nonary game.
Yep.
Neostigmine, this is just about the drug which counteracts tumor-curing. Ice 9. Version put forth by American science fiction author Kurt Vonnegut. His version of Ice 9 has a melting point of 45.8 degrees. H, that comes up at one point. It's just talking about Hongo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morphogenetic field theory. God, we don't need to go into this. We played 999. Immunoglobulin.
The Immunogoblin.
Which
Yes.
is just the technical, like, medical term for antibodies.
Yeah.
Integer factorization. That's just that mathematical shit we did to break the code. Fui ergo S. Might look like it's talking about a pair of sexy toaster waffles, but it actually means something like what you are, I was, and what I am, you will be. Sometimes used as an epitaph, the implication is that the person in question was once alive like the reader, but that the reader will someday also be dead. A little ominous, I guess. SOIS, which is the Special Office of Internal Security. It's very dumb. Prisoner's Dilemma, which is basically just what the AB game is based off of.
Except done dumbly, but yeah.
Yeah. Antimatter bomb. Just again the explanation for what the antimatter bombs are. Detonator. Cybernetic arm. Luna's necklace.
Yep.
One thing that was confirmed is that Dr. Klein is the one that gave her that necklace, actually. Here's the thing about 3 laws of robotics. 0th law. A robot may not harm humanity, or, by inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. Clearly, the 0th law has priority over the first 3, so the first law would have the unwritten addendum, except where this would conflict with the 0th law. Whether or not 016 was aware of this law is unclear, but in any event, 016 did act in accordance with it. Swimsuit. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident, now repressed in his youth? Did he have a crush in high school on a girl on the team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? The world may never know.
The world knows.
Here's just a thing about the password input device.
Bomb pilot.
Yep. Antimatter reactor. Looks like a gigantic octopus, but it's definitely not edible no matter how you cook it. The antihydrogen atom. This again is technically a real thing.
This actually looks okay as an explanation for that.
Yeah. TNT.
Yep.
Trinitrotoluene. Equals MC squared. 63 terajoules, which is the amount of energy you get by combining 350 milligrams each of matter and antimatter.
Which is roughly a crap ton.
Yeah. Floor B graffiti, 9th line, 8th the sun, blah blah blah. It's an anagram. What does it mean? We already figured that out.
Yeah.
Hourglass. Talking about the hourglass, it's a 4-second timer, which doesn't have much practical use as an hourglass. Gentle points, a measure of how much of a gentleman you are. Somewhere deep in the United Kingdom is an organization that tracks all gentlemen, determining their caliber based off an ancient and Byzantine collection of rules and guidelines. Every year, during the spring, a representative of this organization conducts a cursory investigation of each member's behavior, or at least appears to, and then awards gentle points based on what they saw. The following formula is used. Old ladies escorted across the street by top hats owned, by puzzle solved, by money given to gentleman tracking organization, equals total gentle points. Knife. Just talking about the Dio's knife.
Yep.
Floor B hallway locks. Principle of causality, which this game completely fucking ignores, so we'll move on. Knox's 10 Commandments. Ronald Knox, a mystery writer from the UK, published the following as his rules for writing a mystery novel. 1. The criminal must be mentioned early on. 2. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out. 3. No more than one secret room or passage. 4. No hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used, nor any appliance which will need a long scientific explanation. 5. No one with extrasensory perception or similar powers can appear. 6. No accident must ever help the detective, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. 7. The detective must not commit the crime. 8. The detective must declare any clues he may discover. 9. The stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must conceal nothing from the reader. 10. Twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unannounced.
So this game broke, I think, all of those rules except maybe one.
It broke all of them intentionally.
Twin brothers. Oh yeah, no, I guess. Yeah, I guess that kind of. Yeah.
It's not twin brothers, but it's a double.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just talking about the keys, slingshot, frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells. Can be used as a necklace, but this is not recommended. The test site mystery is just the thing about the Nevada test site. We have no idea how it got out. Termite.
I assume that's addressed in the next game. Hypothetically.
Sure, we'll go with that. Have a nice trouble, have a nice tragedy, have a nice trust. Conjunction, a term used in positional astronomy. We're not going to go any further. This is just explaining about eclipses. Tenmyoji's picture.
Yep. That's just stuff we know from 999.
Minkowski space. This is the whole explanation of the fourth dimension of time to the 3 dimensions of space. This is an actual thing.
It's also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows.
Yep.
And it gives us a picture of Kay riding the 03rd ride, which is great.
Yep.
When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Tenmyoji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he already knew all about Alice and Ice 9, and not because he'd heard about it from Clover. Likewise, Tenmyoji and Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as a solo, was heard to say the following to Tenmyoji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then So what did Tenmyoji said to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice and picked betray. The AB project. A can stand for after and B for before. They can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility was part of the AB project.
Sigma just came up with definitions of A and B and kind of just kept going from there.
Yep. So, who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. And deactivation passwords. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you 1 hit, +1. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. So now,
I see you've finally woken up,
onto the
Kyle.
completely non-canonical explanation shit.
Yes, of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
Tiny K and the tiny suit will never cease to be entertaining.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah.
So
That's why the people who
consciousness
have
of the
been
younger
cured
Sigma
didn't
has gone
suddenly
back into the past.
Yeah.
have their minds accelerate to normal.
Akane attacked Phi, right?
Well, we knew that.
Yes.
But the fact that they did give everyone else the cure.
Why am I here?
Yeah.
The doctor carried you back here. You were
So in case you
pod
don't
in the
recognize
garden.
it, by the way, that's
So the
Troy
person
Baker.
you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
I didn't bring it up at the very beginning
Dio
when we were
seems to have
doing,
remained unconscious.
the voice actor rundown for all the
Yes.
different characters,
I've been
because
administering
this character
Soap
wasn't
Riddle
voiced at
whenever
that time.
he gets rested.
We're not actually Kyle/K at this moment.
What about the
We
others?
are rather the character referred
They've all
to as
gone off to
question
different
mark.
areas.
Mm.
Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return them? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really
It
the
is
Sigma I
never
knew anymore.
explicitly
He's Dr.
stated,
Klein
but
now,
the implication
or
is that
Zero
question mark
Senior,
is us.
depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell,
A lot of things don't work that way. That doesn't stop it from happening.
we've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not going to change. In fact, it's because of what he did or didn't do in the past that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway.
I forgot about this.
The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that.
I mean, they've already
10,000-mile
discussed
trip.
the concept of
Maybe
divergent
one of them fell
timelines
in
based
love
on
with a
choices
woman working
made.
at a gas station they stopped at and had a
I just want to know what 10,000 mile long highway they're driving on.
That 10,000-mile journey would be
The
full of
super
stories,
mega hyperloop.
friendships, farewells,
Trans-Eurasian Highway.
the loss of those 90 lives.
See, they were
is
actually doing a
horrible and
zigzag
unfortunate.
pattern across the entire
What
United
would
States.
rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived.
There's a section of it that's
lived
actually
full
just a
lives.
giant conveyor belt that
How
they were
could they
going
write
into the
just
entire time,
erase all that? The
slowly making
survivors
Stuck
overcame
into
actual
their
their own
progress.
misery and loss and made the best.
They
They were
finally
driving
built a bridge
50
to
miles an hour,
Hawaii.
but the
Isn't that something?
conveyor belt was going
Best thing that humans
55.
can
So
aspire to?
Yeah.
Is there really any point to a world where
No, it's
everything's
obviously the same people who
people who
built
struggle
the
for a better
long
life.
runway in that
Right.
one Fast the Furious
Being
movie.
human is about
Yep, I was
fighting,
just thinking
even when
that.
it seems hopeless.
I do really have to
And
say,
finding
by the way,
happiness,
we are
even
going to
in
go
a
through
world
this just
that
for the sake of
hates it.
completion,
Are you
but this is a
saying
whole bunch
that's
of like
worthless?
nonsense philosophical faffing
If you're
about that
saying
we
rewriting
really
the
do not need to
past
pay
will
attention
erase
to.
all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can.
You didn't have to say that to get me to
I'm
stop
just not
paying
gonna
attention to
accept that, all
it.
right?
I'll be honest,
It does a
I
very good job on that.
Sigma changes the
Yeah,
past.
I missed a chunk of it when
You
I
and
had to rush
Quark
to the
will never
restroom
meet.
to see if I was going to
Is
throw up or
he
not.
right?
And I came back and was like, I lost no info whatsoever.
It's not.
Now,
You missed
We're
nothing.
here right now. This.
this
is
was
reality.
quite literally created
Even if Sigma
because
does change the
during
past,
the middle
we're not
of
just gonna
voicing the end or
disappear or
beginning
something.
ending in Japan, a
then that
catastrophic
means we get to
earthquake
stay
happened
together?
that, caused
Good.
huge loss of
Thanks,
life
kid.
and stuff like that. And so Uchikoshi was kind
I
of like,
understand how you feel.
I
Why
don't
you
feel
want
right
to
having
return
my
to Earth
game
is
end
clear.
on a huge disaster
You
where a
have
bunch of
lives
people
there, I
die.
imagine.
Fuck it, I'm
There are
gonna throw
likely
together
people
this
waiting
other
for you.
like non-canon
Right.
epilogue to have
Uh-huh.
after the end, I guess.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
I mean,
Bye,
all
Luna,
10,
Alice,
since
and
you didn't really miss
Clover
the thing,
all
all 10
saw us
Miyojis
off.
really going over is
We
that, like,
told him we'd see
just
him
because
again
Sigma
someday, and then
just
came
Yeah,
back.
where?
went back
the only
and
people you want to
changed
say
the
goodbye to?
timeline doesn't mean the timeline there
No
is
point saying
changed.
anything to Dio.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. Like I said, it's
Besides,
divergent
he's
timeline theory.
asleep.
Yeah.
You were
Like,
asleep
yeah,
too.
he created
Sorry,
a
but
timeline
we
where
didn't really know much
it
about
didn't
you.
happen. But everyone who's already lived in the timeline where
Kanye
it
was in the
did
army in
happen
this timeline, after all.
didn't change for
What
them.
about
They're still
Sigma?
fucked.
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course.
Dr.
He is
Klein.
Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
I mean, he is still
But more
technically
importantly,
Sigma.
He's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
So to explain a little bit more about that, according
In
to
the end,
Uchikoshi, Akane has
Clover and I were
jumped
just
so
pawns.
many times, she has
Pawns
lived
to be
roughly
used
a million years.
and then gotten rid of.
Oh.
Still, it's not like we were completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand. But
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Ten Myoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers
We
are
don't
going.
need more
10,000 miles
examples.
to the
God damn it, we understand this.
We know why we had to
Look,
be
the
here.
people in this world specialize at
us,
giving.
Isis consciousness wouldn't have been able to
They
get
just
back
have
right
examples
before the
ready to pull out of their
intersection.
back pocket
If
whenever they
that
need
couldn't
them.
happen, then the
So I'm assuming you're not
fate
thinking of what the fuck is this
bikers would
nonsense because
receive.
you'd have to pause like every 10 seconds.
It's still not the best situation
Pretty
for
much.
those of us left in the Northwest. We're
This is
stuck in a
post-game
reality where the 90
epilogue. This
bikers
doesn't even
died.
count.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We
Oh,
left
they're
our
all
whole
dead.
world behind
Yeah.
45 years ago.
Even if
Well,
it is for the greater good?
Jim pays a
Just
lot.
doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah. It's a little
One
bit.
of the specific questions that Uchikoji was asked, by the
So
way,
we went and
was
talked to the old
what
lady.
did Snake
She told us that there
/
is
Light
one way.
do during all
One
that
way we
time?
could get back to
Like,
the
did he spend
past.
45 years searching
Let's
for
say you
Clover?
do go back to the past.
And the answer was, well,
Wouldn't
you'll
that
find out
cause
more
your
in the
minds
third
to get
game, and
thrown
we never
back
find
here?
out more.
That
So,
seemed to be how
Yeah.
Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different. How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alice
Now?
at the same time?
Now you say that word! This,
Akane says there's a
right
way
now,
around that.
is when you decide to
How on
start
earth
talking
does she
about
plan to do
paradoxes.
that?
Fuck off, Troy Baker!
Schrodinger's?
Cat.
you can't just say Schrodinger's
hey,
cat
Kyle.
as an explanation for everything.
Eventually.
That's like
Not-
screaming, I
Where's Dr.
declare
Klein?
bankruptcy!
Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway.
I have to
He's
step
in there
away
if
for a
you're
moment.
curious.
Yep.
Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Sure, let's get this nonsense over with.
Glad to see you.
Let me
There
tell
isn't
you
anything
about
in particular
highways.
that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your
Why does he
mind.
dress like
I
Harlock?
will answer all your questions.
Oh,
I'm Captain Sigma Claw.
My
his post saving the world
circumstances
career
make
of space
that
pirate.
possibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or Kamen or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were
And
sent to Point D,
Welcome back.
April
Yep.
13th, 2029. On that date, your
This
body
game-
was
So which time
already
period did your
unconscious.
consciousness go to?
This game
Although by
uses
then you were in
Schrodinger's
cold
cat.
sleep.
Like that
You
dude in
wouldn't have
Lethal
regained
Weapon uses
consciousness,
diplomatic
but your
immunity.
mind was now inhabiting that body.
I need you to explain this thing.
That pod was
Schrodinger's
your
cat.
home for
God
45
damn
years.
it.
You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AV room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
I mean, it doesn't make any
What do you
sense,
mean by
and it's
that?
stupid.
I'm kind of an
I
unknown
feel
variable
like
in this
every time they
equation.
go into an explanation that
Think of
involves
me as
that
kind of
diagram, it should just slam cut to Squidward
taken
curling
me the
into a
last
ball
3.5
and going,
months to understand.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics.
Why are
Oh,
we
like
going
that, huh?
You can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course,
Everybody walks into the director's office and they see him beating by with the freaking deer head.
Which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028.
Hangovers.
You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission
Earned some
test site,
gifts.
didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because we haven't made it up yet.
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation.
I
and
mean,
Earth isn't red.
That's entirely
The future is
theoretical.
much brighter.
You know that, right?
But if I
We
tell
have
you what you're
literally
asking
no
me right
proof
now,
that history exists.
then that reality will
Yeah.
disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told
I
me
feel
what
like
I
the
want to know?
underpants gnomes
We're
prepare
about to go back to the past,
coordinated.
right?
The past.
The middle part of their plan was just question marks.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Klein. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you are Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
You are Troy Baker.
I don't know. The Dairy Queen?
Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2020.
Oh, so all the voice acting is just Troy Baker jumping into different bodies at different timelines and voicing different roles.
I'm telling you right now, man, I do not get this time. It's a Quantum
He
Leap
raised
remake.
him on his own.
Well, see, it's a Quantum Leap remake that takes into account that last episode with the bartender and the like gambling game that he plays, and who may or may not be God. It's complicated.
That Kyle was Dr. Klein's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve,
Please remember,
2028.
none of this is canon
Its
in any way.
purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and
Yeah,
prevent the
none of
spread
this matters.
Do not start
For this
commenting
to
on this
happen,
shit when we get to
Kyle
Zero Time
is
Dilemma.
absolutely
None of this is real.
Fair enough.
Except Troy Baker being all voice actors. That is absolutely real.
So now that
I'm
my
going to
consciousness
Twitter
has
right
entered
now
his
and
body,
exposing this
Dr.
lie.
has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
Oh, you've definitely missed your
That's
time
ridiculous.
slot then.
What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system.
Surprisingly, I do not believe Troy Baker is part of the voice cast for Zero Time Dilemma.
Apply to you.
Well, of course, he's in other people's bodies. He has to keep up the illusion by going under multiple names.
I know what you are.
He was
Surely
instead
you must
taken
know
by
now,
the newer, hotter model of voice du jour for
You are
default
about
male
to
voice
go
actor,
into the
Matthew Mercer.
past and save the world.
Yeah, that makes
Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help.
Ah, but you see, Matt Mercer
Only you
is
can
just
right
Troy
the
Baker
horrible
after he
wrongs
sent
of our
himself.
past.
He's actually Troy Baker's
into his
clone
body.
that he made in a secret moon base.
There's no way I...
Exactly.
Yes, there is. You have to.
The
Mercer
VA project.
Klein.
Don't you want to know the truth? Don't
Not
you
really
want
at this
to
point.
know
I think
what
I'm done.
happened
I just want you to shut up.
between Christmas
Please.
And New
The
Year's
A
Eve
stands for
in
aggressive, and the B stands for
Well,
babbling.
yes, I do, but
Then you must believe. Reality
gotta
is
believe.
shaped by what we believe reality
Actually,
should
yes,
be.
I would like to know the truth.
If
Well, you're not going to
observation
find
can
it here
change
or the
motion
third
of a
game.
particle, then how is
The
it
truth
possible
is
to think
dumb.
that human thought can shape reality?
You know what? Give me a second here. I know I said I wasn't adding any for this non-canonical epilogue, but that one line, reality is shaped by what we believe reality to be, is the dumbest argument any human being can possibly make, so I'm not letting that pass.
Yeah,
That's how orcs and 40k
Can
work.
change history.
we're not orcs.
The world
could
will
be.
This would be better if it was a locked room history with 9 orcs.
I mean, there is a theory in
You
that
understand it would survive the first room, right?
It does because we want it, or because we think it does.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
remember
Nonetheless,
what
no.
I've told you.
It would be better. I didn't say be
Only
long.
you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
fires. Yep.
My
Both weapons
final
technically.
message: save the world. And that is another time end, or alternative end, as it calls it here. And with that, we have fully completed Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. So thank you all for joining us as we ran through this. As you can see there, our final playtime was close to 38 hours.
It's over. It's finally over.
Join us again on Tuesday night when myself, Hunter, Krampus, and Shiv are going to be continuing our randomized Civ 6 game. Next Saturday, we'll be back with more of The Last Remnant, which I'm still not sure is more or less painful than this. And next Sunday, we will be getting started with Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls as we continue SoundGoblin Storytime.
boy.
But until that time, thank you once again for joining us. Thank you again very much, Butter Seduction, for that follow. And have a good one.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.